Diamond Sutra, a new translation by Alex Johnson. Chapter 1. This is what I heard. At one time the Buddha was staying in the Jeta Grove near the city of Shravasti. With him there was a community of 1,250 venerable monks and devoted disciples. One day before dawn, the Buddha clothed himself and, along with his disciples, took up his alms bowl and entered the city to beg for food, door to door, as was his custom. After he had returned and eaten, he put away his bowl and cloak, bathed his feet, and then sat with his legs crossed and body upright upon the seat arranged for him. He began mindfully fixing his attention in front of himself, while many monks approached the Buddha, and showing great reverence, seated themselves around him. Chapter 2. After a time, a most venerable monk named Subhuti, who was sitting in the congregation, rose from his seat. He uncovered his right shoulder, placed his right knee on the ground, and as he joined his palms together, he respectfully bowed and then addressed the Buddha. Most honored one, it is truly majestic how much knowledge and wisdom your monks and disciples have been given through your most inspired teachings. It is remarkable that you look after our welfare so selflessly and so completely. Most honored one, I have a question to ask you. If sons and daughters of good families want to develop the highest, most fulfilled and awakened mind, if they wish to attain the highest perfect wisdom, what should they do to help quiet their drifting minds and help subdue their craving thoughts? The Buddha then replied, So it is as you say, Subhuti. Monks and disciples have been favored with the highest favor by the Buddha. The monks and disciples have been instructed with the highest instruction by the Buddha. The Buddha is constantly mindful of the welfare of his followers. Listen carefully with your full attention, and I will speak to your question. If sons and daughters of good families want to develop the highest, most fulfilled and awakened mind, if they wish to attain the highest perfect wisdom and quiet their drifting minds while subduing their craving thoughts, then they should follow what I am about to say to you. Those who follow what I am about to say here will be able to subdue their discriminative thoughts and craving desires. It is possible to attain perfect tranquility and clarity of mind by absorbing and dwelling on the teachings that I am about to give. Then the Buddha addressed the assembly. Chapter 3. All living beings, whether born from eggs, from the womb, from moisture, or spontaneously, whether they have form or do not have form, whether they are aware or unaware, whether they are not aware or not unaware, all living beings will eventually be led by me to the final nirvana, the final ending of the cycle of birth and death. And when this unfathomable, infinite number of living beings have all been liberated, in truth, not even a single being has actually been liberated. Why, Subhuti? Because if a disciple still clings to the arbitrary illusions of form or phenomena, such as an ego, a personality, a self, a separate person, or a universal self existing eternally, then that person is not an authentic disciple. Chapter 4. Furthermore, Subhuti, in the practice of compassion and charity, a disciple should be detached. That is to say, he should practice compassion and charity without regard to appearances, without regard to form, without regard to sound, smell, taste, touch, or any quality of any kind. Subhuti, this is how the disciple should practice compassion and charity. Why? Because practicing compassion and charity without attachment is the way to reaching the highest perfect wisdom. It is the way to becoming a living Buddha. Subhuti, do you think that you can measure all of the space in the eastern heavens? No, most honored one. One cannot possibly measure all of the space in the eastern heavens. Subhuti, can space in all the western, southern, and northern heavens, both above and below, be measured?
Bro.
No, most honored one. One cannot possibly measure all the space in the western, southern, and northern heavens. Well, Subhuti, the same is true of the merit of the disciple who practices compassion and charity without any attachment to appearances, without cherishing any idea of form. It is
Okay, we're actually going to change this up. We're going to play the Dhammapada. How are you today, Mr. Marvel? Bro.
Why did no one tell Illinois drivers about this new rule?
If you are currently insured, drive less than 50.
All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with an evil thought, pain follows him, as the wheel follows the foot of the ox that draws the carriage. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with a pure thought, happiness follows him like a shadow that never leaves him. He abused me. He beat me. He defeated me. He robbed me. In those who harbor such thoughts, hatred will never cease. He abused me. He beat me. He defeated me. He robbed me. In those who do not harbor such thoughts, hatred will cease. For hatred does not cease by hatred at any time. Hatred ceases by love. This is an old rule. The world does not know that we must all come to an end here, but those who know it, their quarrels cease at once. He who lives looking for pleasures only, his senses uncontrolled, immoderate in his food, idle and weak. Mara the tempter will certainly overthrow him, as the wind throws down a weak tree. He who lives without looking for pleasures, his senses well controlled, moderate in his food, faithful and strong, him Mara will certainly not overthrow, any more than the wind throws down a rocky mountain. He who wishes to put on the yellow dress without having cleansed himself from sin, who disregards temperance and truth, is unworthy of the yellow dress. But he who has cleansed himself from sin is well grounded in all virtues, and regards also temperance and truth. He is indeed worthy of the yellow dress. They who imagine truth in untruth, and see untruth in truth, never arrive at truth, but follow vain desires. They who know truth in truth, and untruth in untruth, arrive at truth, and follow true desires. As rain breaks through an ill-thatched house, passion will break through an unreflecting mind. As rain does not break through a well-thatched house, passion will not break through a well-reflecting mind. The evildoer mourns in this world, and he mourns in the next. He mourns in both. He mourns and suffers when he sees the evil of his own work. The virtuous man delights in this world, and he delights in the next. He delights in both. He delights and rejoices when he sees the purity of his own work. The evildoer suffers in this world, and he suffers in the next. He suffers in both. He suffers when he thinks of the evil he has done. He suffers more when going on the evil path. The virtuous man is happy in this world, and he is happy in the next. He is happy in both. He is happy when he thinks of the good he has done. He is still more happy when going on the good path. The thoughtless man, even if he can recite a large portion of the law, but is not a doer of it, has no share in the priesthood, but is like a cowherd counting the cows of others. The follower of the law, even if he can recite only a small portion of the law, but, having forsaken passion and hatred and foolishness, possesses true knowledge and serenity of mind, he, caring for nothing in this world or that to come, has indeed a share in the priesthood. 2. On earnestness. Earnestness is the path of immortality, nirvana. Thoughtlessness, the path of death. Those who are in earnest do not die. Those who are thoughtless are as if dead already. Those who are advanced in earnestness, having understood this clearly, delight in earnestness, and rejoice in the knowledge of the Arias, the elect. These wise people, meditative, steady, always possessed of strong powers, attain to nirvana, the highest happiness. If an earnest person has roused himself, if he is not forgetful, if his deeds are pure, if he acts with consideration, if he restrains himself, and lives according to law, then his glory will increase. By rousing himself, by earnestness, by restraint and control, the wise man may make for himself an island which no flood can overwhelm. Fools follow after vanity, men of evil wisdom. The wise man keeps earnestness as his best jewel. Follow not after vanity, nor after the enjoyment of love and lust. He who is earnest and meditative obtains ample joy. When the learned man drives away vanity by earnestness, he, the wise, climbing the terraced heights of wisdom, looks down upon the fools. Serene, he looks upon the toiling crowd, as one that stands on a mountain looks down upon them that stand upon the plain. Earnest among the thoughtless, awake among the sleepers, the wise man advances like a racer, leaving behind the hack. By earnestness did Magavan, Indra, rise to the lordship of the gods. People praise earnestness. Thoughtlessness is always blamed. A bhikshu who delights in earnestness, who looks with fear on thoughtlessness, moves about like fire, burning all his fetters, small or large. A bhikshu who delights in reflection, who looks with fear on thoughtlessness, cannot fall away from his perfect state. He is close upon nirvana. 3. Thought. As a fletcher makes straight his arrow, a wise man makes straight his trembling and unsteady thought, which is difficult to guard, difficult to hold back. As a fish taken from his watery home and thrown on dry ground, our thought trembles all over in order to escape the dominion of Mara, the tempter. It is good to tame the mind, which is difficult to hold in and flighty, rushing wherever it listeth. A tamed mind brings happiness. Let the wise man guard his thoughts, for they are difficult to perceive, very artful, and they rush wherever they list. Thoughts well guarded bring happiness. Those who bridle their mind, which travels far, moves about alone, is without a body, and hides in the chamber of the heart, will be free from the bonds of Mara, the tempter. If a man's thoughts are unsteady, if he does not know the true law, if his peace of mind is troubled, his knowledge will never be perfect. If a man's thoughts are not dissipated, if his mind is not perplexed, if he has ceased to think of good or evil, then there is no fear for him while he is watchful. Knowing that this body is fragile like a jar, and making his thought firm like a fortress, one should attack Mara the tempter with the weapon of knowledge. One should watch him when conquered, and should never rest. Before long, alas, this body will lie on the earth, despised, without understanding, like a useless log. Whatever a hater may do to a hater, or an enemy to an enemy, a wrongly directed mind will do us greater mischief. Not a mother, not a father will do so much, nor any other relative. A well-directed mind will do us greater service. 4. Flowers. Who shall overcome this earth, and the world of Yama, the lord of the departed, and the world of the gods? Who shall find out the plainly shown path of virtue, as a clever man finds out the right flower? The disciple will overcome the earth, and the world of Yama, and the world of the gods. The disciple will find out the plainly shown path of virtue, as a clever man finds out the right flower. He who knows that this body is like a froth, and has learned that it is as unsubstantial as a mirage, will break the flower-pointed arrow of Mara, and never see the king of death. Death carries off a man who is gathering flowers, and whose mind is distracted, as a flood carries off a sleeping village. Death subdues a man who is gathering flowers, and whose mind is distracted, before he is satiated in his pleasures. As the bee collects nectar and departs without injuring the flower, or its color or scent, so let a sage dwell in his village. Not the perversities of others, not their sins of commission or omission, but his own misdeeds and negligences should a sage take notice of. Like a beautiful flower, full of color but without scent, are the fine but fruitless words of him who does not act accordingly. But like a beautiful flower, full of color and full of scent, are the fine and fruitful words of him who acts accordingly. As many kinds of wreaths can be made from a heap of flowers, so many good things may be achieved by a mortal when once he is born. The scent of flowers does not travel against the wind, nor that of sandalwood, or of tagara and malika flowers, but the odor of good people travels even against the wind. a good man pervades every place. Sandalwood, or Tagara, a lotus flower, or a Vasiki, among these sorts of perfumes, the perfume of virtue is unsurpassed. Mean is the scent that comes from Tagara and sandalwood. The perfume of those who possess virtue rises up to the gods as the highest. Of the people who possess these virtues, who live without thoughtlessness, and who are emancipated through true knowledge, Mara, the tempter, never finds the way. As on a heap of rubbish cast upon the highway, the lily will grow full of sweet perfume and delight. Thus, the disciple of the truly enlightened Buddha shines forth by his knowledge among those who are like rubbish, among the people that walk in darkness. 5. The fool. Long is the night to him who is awake. Long is a mile to him who is tired. Long is life to the foolish who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better or his equal, let him firmly keep to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise, at least so far. But a fool who thinks himself wise, he is called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man, even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Fools of little understanding have themselves for their greatest enemies, for they do evil deeds which must bear bitter fruits. That deed is not well done of which a man must repent, and the reward of which he receives crying and with a tearful face. No, that deed is well done of which a man does not repent, and the reward of which he receives gladly and cheerfully. As long as the evil deed done does not bear fruit, the fool thinks it is like honey, but when it ripens, then the fool suffers grief. Let a fool, month after month, eat his food like an ascetic, with the tip of a blade of kusa grass, yet he is not worth the 16th particle of those who have well weighed the law. An evil deed, like newly drawn milk, does not turn suddenly. Smoldering like fire covered by ashes, it follows the fool. And when the evil deed, after it has become known, brings sorrow to the fool, then it destroys his bright lot. Nay, it cleaves his head. Let the fool wish for a false reputation, for precedence among the bhikshus, for lordship in the convents, for worship among other people. May both the layman and he who has left the world think that this is done by me. May they be subject to me in everything which is to be done or is not to be done. Thus is the mind of the fool, and his desire and pride increase. One is the road that leads to wealth, another the road that leads to nirvana. If the bhikshu, the disciple of Buddha, has learnt this, he will not yearn for honor. He will strive after separation from the world. Six, the wise man, Pandita. If you see an intelligent man who tells you where true treasures are to be found, who shows what is to be avoided, and administers reproofs, follow that wise man. It will be better, not worse, for those who follow him. Let him admonish, let him teach, let him forbid what is improper. He will be beloved of the good. By the bad, he will be hated. Do not have evildoers for friends. Do not have low people for friends. Have virtuous people for friends. Have for friends the best of men. He who drinks in the law lives happily with a serene mind. The sage rejoices always in the law, as preached by the elect, Arias. Well-makers lead the water wherever they like. Fletchers bend the arrow. Carpenters bend a log of wood. Wise people fashion themselves. As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, Wise people falter not amidst blame and praise. Wise people, after they have listened to the laws, become serene, like a deep, smooth, and still lake. Good people walk on whatever befall. The good do not prattle, longing for pleasure, whether touched by happiness or sorrow. Wise people never appear elated or depressed. If, whether for his own sake or for the sake of others, a man wishes neither for a son, nor for wealth, nor for lordship, and if he does not wish for his own success by unfair means, then he is good, wise, and virtuous. Few are there among men who arrive at the other shore, become arhats. The other people here run up and down the shore. But those who, when the law has been well preached to them, follow the law, will pass across the dominion of death, however difficult to overcome. A wise man should leave the dark state of ordinary life and follow the bright state of the bhikshu. After going from his home to a homeless state, he should, in his retirement, look for enjoyment where there seemed to be no enjoyment. Leaving all pleasures behind and calling nothing his own, the wise man should purge himself from all the troubles of the mind. Those whose mind is well grounded in the 7 elements of knowledge, who, without clinging to anything, rejoice in freedom from attachment, whose appetites have been conquered, and who are full of light, are free even in this world.
Free Chicago.
7. The Venerable, Arhat. There is no suffering for him who has finished his journey and abandoned grief, who has freed himself on all sides and thrown off all fetters. They depart with their thoughts well collected. They are not happy in their abode. Like swans who have left their lake, they leave their house and home. Men who have no riches, who live on recognized food, who have perceived void and unconditioned freedom, nirvana. Their path is difficult to understand, like that of birds in the air. He whose appetites are stilled, who is not absorbed in enjoyment, who has perceived void and unconditioned freedom, nirvana. His path is difficult to understand.
It's so funny, it's like people hate this guy, but then they see comment like that, they're like, oh, I guess people are hating him more than this guy.
Senses, like horses well broken in by the driver, have been subdued, who is free from pride and free from appetites. Such a one who does his duty is tolerant, like the earth, like Indra's bolt. He is like a lake without mud. No new births are in store for him. His thought is quiet. Quiet are his word and deed, when he has obtained freedom by true knowledge, when he has thus become a quiet man. The man who is free from credulity, but knows the uncreated, who has cut all ties, removed all temptations, renounced all desires, he is the greatest of men. In a hamlet or in a forest, in the deep water or on the dry land, wherever venerable persons, arhanta, dwell, that place is delightful. Forests are delightful. Where the world finds no delight, there the passionless will find delight, for they look not for pleasures. 8. The thousands. Even
The FanDuel every night is a watch party.
Section 1 of the Dhammapada, chapters 1 through 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Turnow. The Dhammapada, a collection of verses, being one of the canonical books of the Buddhists. Translated from the Pali by F. Max Mueller. Chapter 1. The Twin Verses. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with an evil thought, pain follows him, as the wheel follows the foot of the ox that draws the carriage. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. grounded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with a pure thought, happiness follows him, like a shadow that never leaves him. He abused me, he beat me, he defeated me, he robbed me. In those who harbor such thoughts, hatred will never cease. He abused me, he beat me, he defeated me, he robbed me. In those who do not harbor such thoughts, hatred will cease. For hatred does not cease by hatred at any time. Hatred ceases by love. This is an old rule. The world does not know that we must all come to an end here, but those who know it, their quarrels cease at once. He who lives looking for pleasures only, his senses uncontrolled, immoderate in his food, idle and weak, Mara the tempter will certainly overthrow him, as the wind throws down a weak tree.
Republican for Chicago.
He who lives without looking for pleasures, his senses well controlled, moderate in his food, faithful and strong, him Mara will certainly not overthrow, any more than the wind throws down a rocky mountain. He who wishes to put on the yellow dress without having cleansed himself from sin, who disregards temperance and truth, is unworthy of the yellow dress. But he who has cleansed himself from sin is well grounded in all virtues, and regards also temperance and truth. He is indeed worthy of the yellow dress. They who imagine truth in untruth, and see untruth in truth, never arrive at truth, but follow vain desires. They who know truth in truth, and untruth in untruth, arrive at truth, and follow true desires. As rain breaks through an ill-thatched house, passion will break through an unreflecting mind. As rain does not break through a well-thatched house, passion will not break through a well-reflecting mind. The evildoer mourns in this world, and he mourns in the next. He mourns in both. He mourns and suffers when he sees the evil of his own work. The virtuous man delights in this world, and he delights in the next. He delights in both. He delights and rejoices when he sees the purity of his own work. The evildoer suffers in this world, and he suffers in the next. He suffers in both. He suffers when he thinks of the evil he has done. He suffers more when going on the evil path.
Goddesses.
The virtuous man is happy in this world, and he is happy in the next. He is happy in both. He's happy when he thinks of the good he has done. He's still more happy when going on the good path. The thoughtless man, even if he can recite a large portion of the law but is not a doer of it, has no share in the priesthood, but is like a cowherd counting the cows of others. The follower of the law, even if he can recite only a small portion of the law, but having forsaken passion and hatred and foolishness, possesses true knowledge and serenity of mind. He, caring for nothing in this world or that to come, has indeed a share in the priesthood. Chapter 2, on earnestness. Earnestness is the path of immortality, nirvana. Thoughtlessness is the path of death. Those who are in earnest do not die. Those who are thoughtless are as if dead already. Those who are advanced in earnestness, having understood this clearly, delight in earnestness, and rejoice in the knowledge of the Aryas, the elect. These wise people, meditative, steady, always possessed of strong powers, attain to nirvana, the highest happiness. If an earnest person has roused himself, if he is not forgetful, if his deeds are pure, if he acts with consideration, if he restrains himself and lives according to law, then his glory will increase. By rousing himself, by earnestness, by restraint and control, the wise man may make for himself an island which no flood can overwhelm. Fools follow after vanity, men of evil wisdom. The wise man keeps earnestness as his best jewel. Follow not after vanity, nor after the enjoyment of love and lust. He who is earnest and meditative obtains ample joy. When the learned man drives away vanity by earnestness, he, the wise, climbing the terraced heights of wisdom, looks down upon the fools. Serene he looks down upon the toiling crowd, as one that stands on a mountain looks down upon them that stand upon the plain. Earnest among the thoughtless, awake among the sleepers, the wise man advances like a racer, leaving behind the hack. earnestness did Magavan, Indra, rise to the lordship of the gods. People praise earnestness. Thoughtlessness is always blamed. A bhikshu, mendicant, who delights in earnestness, who looks with fear on thoughtlessness, moves about like fire, burning all his fetters, small or large. A bhikshu, or mendicant, who delights in reflection, who looks with fear on thoughtlessness, cannot fall away from his perfect state. He is close upon nirvana. Chapter 3. Thought. As a fletcher makes straight his arrow, a wise man makes straight his trembling and unsteady thought, which is difficult to guard, difficult to hold back. As a fish taken from his watery home and thrown on dry ground, our thought trembles all over in order to escape the dominion of Mara, the tempter. It is good to tame the mind, which is difficult to hold in and flighty, rushing wherever it listeth. A tamed mind brings happiness. Let the wise man guard his thoughts, for they are difficult to perceive, very artful, and they rush wherever they list. Thoughts well guarded bring happiness. Those who bridle their mind, which travels far, moves about alone, is without a body, and hides in the chamber of the heart, will be free from the bonds of Mara, the tempter. If a man's thoughts are unsteady, if he does not know the true law, if his peace of mind is troubled, his knowledge will never be perfect. If a man's thoughts are not dissipated, if his mind is not perplexed, if he has ceased to think of good or evil, then there is no fear for him while he is watchful. Knowing that this body is fragile like a jar, and making this thought firm like a fortress, one should attack Mara, the tempter, with the weapon of knowledge. One should watch him when conquered, and should never rest. Before long, alas, this body will lie on the earth, despised, without understanding, like a useless log. Whatever a hater may do to a hater, or an enemy to an enemy, a wrongly directed mind will do us greater mischief. Not a mother, not a father will do so much, nor any other relative. A well-directed mind will do us greater service. Chapter 4. Flowers. Who shall overcome this earth, and the world of Yama, the lord of the departed, and the world of the gods? Who shall find out the plainly shown path of virtue, as a clever man finds out the right flower? The disciple will overcome the earth, and the world of Yama, and the world of the gods. The disciple will find out the plainly shown path of virtue, as a clever man finds out the right flower. He who knows that this body is like a froth, and has learnt that it is as unsubstantial as a mirage, will break the flower-pointed arrow of Mara, and never see the king of death. Death carries off a man who is gathering flowers, and whose mind is distracted, as a flood carries off a sleeping village. Death subdues a man who is gathering flowers, and whose mind is distracted, before he is satiated in his pleasures. As the bee collects nectar, and departs without injuring the flower, or its color, or scent, so let a sage dwell in his village. Not the perversities of others, not their sins of commission or omission, but his own misdeeds and negligences should a sage take notice of. Like a beautiful flower, full of color but without scent, are the fine but fruitless words of him who does not act accordingly. But, like a beautiful flower, full of color and full of scent, are the fine and fruitful words of him who acts accordingly. As many kinds of wreaths can be made from a heap of flowers, so many good things may be achieved by a mortal when once he is born. The scent of flowers does not travel against the wind, nor that of sandalwood, or of tagara and malika flowers, but the odor of good people travels even against the wind. A good man pervades every place. Sandalwood or tagara, a lotus flower, or a vasiki, among these sorts of perfumes, the perfume of virtue is unsurpassed. Mean is the scent that comes from tagara and sandalwood. The perfume of those who possess virtue rises up to the gods as the highest. Of the people who possess these virtues, who live without thoughtlessness, and who are emancipated through true knowledge, Mara, the tempter, never finds the way. As on a heap of rubbish cast upon the highway, the lily will grow full of sweet perfume and delight. Thus the disciple of the truly enlightened Buddha shines forth by his knowledge among those who are like rubbish, among the people that walk in darkness. End of section 1. Recording by Roger Turnell.
Section 2 of the Dhammapada, chapters 5 through 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Måns Bro, Helsingfors, Finland. The Dhammapada, translated by Friedrich Max Müller. Section 2. Chapter 5. The Fool. Long is the night to him who is awake. Long is a mile to him who is tired. Long is life to the foolish, who do not know the true law. If a traveler does not meet with one who is his better, or his equal, let him firmly keep to his solitary journey. There is no companionship with a fool. These sons belong to me, and this wealth belongs to me. With such thoughts a fool is tormented. He himself does not belong to himself, how much less sons and wealth. The fool who knows his foolishness is wise at least so far, but the fool who thinks himself wise, he's called a fool indeed. If a fool be associated with a wise man even all his life, he will perceive the truth as little as a spoon perceives the taste of soup. If an intelligent man be associated for 1 minute only with a wise man, he will soon perceive the truth, as the tongue perceives the taste of soup. Fools of little understanding have themselves for their greatest enemies, for they do evil deeds which must bear bitter fruits. That deed is not well done of which a man must repent, and the reward of which he receives crying and with a tearful face. No, that deed is well done of which a man does not repent, and the reward of which he receives gladly and cheerfully. As long as the evil deed done does not bear fruit, the fool thinks it is like honey, but when it ripens, then the fool suffers grief. Let the fool month after month eat his food like an ascetic with the tip of a blade of kusha grass, yet he is not worth the 16th particle of those who well weighed the law. An evil deed, like newly drawn milk, does not turn suddenly. Smoldering like fire covered by ashes, it follows the fool. And when the evil deed, after it has become known, brings sorrow to the fool, then it destroys his bright lot, nay, it cleaves his head. Let the fool wish for a false reputation, for precedence among the bhikshus, for lordship in the convents, for worship among other people. May both the layman and he who has left the world think that this is done by me. May they be subject to me in everything which is to be done or is not to be done. Thus is the mind of the fool, and his desire and pride increase. One is the road that leads to wealth, another the road that leads to nirvana. If the bhikshu, the disciple of Buddha, has learnt this, he will not yearn for honor, he will strive after separation from the world. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. The wise man, Pandita. If you see an intelligent man who tells you where true treasures are to be found, who shows what is to be avoided, and administers reproofs, follow that wise man. It will be better, not worse, for those who follow him. Let him admonish, let him teach, let him forbid what is improper. He will be beloved of the good, but the bad he will be hated. Do not have evildoers for friends, do not have low people for friends. Have virtuous people for friends, have for friends the best of men. He who drinks in the law lives happily with a serene mind. The sage rejoices always in the law, as preached by the elect, Aryas. Well makers lead the water wherever they like. Fletchers bend the arrow. Carpenters bend a log of wood. Wise people fashion themselves. As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, wise people falter not amidst blame and praise. Wise people, after they have listened to the laws, become serene, like a deep, smooth, and still lake. Good people walk on whatever befall. The good do not prattle, longing for pleasure. Whether touched by happiness or sorrow, wise people never appear elated or depressed. If, whether for his own sake or for the sake of others, a man wishes neither for a son, nor for wealth, nor for lordship, and if he does not wish for his own success by unfair means, then he is good, wise, and virtuous. Few are there among men who arrive at the other shore, become arhats. The other people here run up and down the shore. But those who, when the law has been well preached to them, follow the law, will pass across the dominion of death, however difficult to overcome. A wise man should leave the dark state of ordinary life and follow the bright state of the bhikshu. After going from his home to a homeless state, he should in his retirement look for enjoyment where there seemed to be no enjoyment. Leaving all pleasures behind and calling nothing his own, the wise man should purge himself from all the troubles of the mind. Those whose mind is well grounded in the 7 elements of knowledge, who without clinging to anything, rejoice in freedom from attachment, whose appetites have been conquered and who are full of light, are free even in this world. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Venerable Arhat. There is no suffering for him who has finished his journey and abandoned grief, who has freed himself on all sides and thrown off all fetters. They depart with their thoughts well collected. They are not happy in their abode. Like swans who have left their lake, they leave their house and home. Men who have no riches, who live on recognized food, who have perceived void and unconditioned freedom, nirvana, their path is difficult to understand, like that of birds in the air. He whose appetites are stilled, who is not absorbed in enjoyment, who has perceived void and unconditioned freedom, nirvana, his path is difficult to understand, like that of birds in the air. The gods even envy him whose senses, like horses well broken in by the driver, have been subdued, who is free from pride and free from appetites. Such a one who does his duty is tolerant like the earth, like Indra's bolt. He is like a lake without mud. No new birds are in store for him. His thought is quiet. Quiet are his words and deed, when he has obtained freedom by true knowledge, when he has thus become a quiet man. The man who is free from credulity, but knows the uncreated, who has cut all ties, removed all temptations, renounced all desires, he is the greatest of men. In a hamlet or in a forest, in the deep water or on the dry land, wherever venerable persons, arhanta, dwell, that place is delightful. Forests are delightful. Where the world finds no delight, there the passionless will find delight, for they look not for pleasures. End of chapter 7.
From the makers of the greatest cheddar of all time comes the greatest cheddar hits of all time. Tillamook presents Block Jams. Tasty tunes starring cheddar as awesome as you, like
I'm stacking that cheddar like my standards high. Don't want no snack, that's just all right.
Don't miss your chance to choose cheddar so good it inspired a whole album.
I can't stop double dipping.
Block Jams is not sold in stores, but Tillamook cheddar is.
You make my dairy dreams come true.
Chapter 8. The Thousands. Even though a speech be 1,000 of words, but made up of senseless words, one word of sense is better, which if a man hears, he becomes quiet. Even though a gatha, a poem, be 1,000 of words, but made up of senseless words, one word of a gatha is better, which if a man hears, he becomes quiet. Though a man recite 100 gathas made up of senseless words, one word of the law is better, which if a man hears, he becomes quiet. If one man conquer in battle 1,000 times 1,000 men, and if another conquer himself, he is the greatest of conquerors. One's own self conquered is better than all other people. Not even a god, a Gandharva, nor Mara with Brahman, could change into defeat the victory of a man who has vanquished himself and always lives under restraint. If a man for 100 years sacrifice month after month with 1,000, and if he but for one moment pay homage to a man whose soul is grounded in true knowledge, better is that homage than sacrifice for 100 years. If a man for 100 years worship Agni, fire, in the forest, and if he but for one moment pays homage to a man whose soul is grounded in true knowledge, better is that homage than sacrifice for 100 years. Whatever a man sacrifice in this world as an offering, or as an oblation for a whole year in order to gain merit, the whole of it is not worth a quarter or a farthing. Reverence shown to the righteous is better. He who always greets and constantly reveres the aged, 4 things will increase to him: life, beauty, happiness, and power. But he who lives 100 years, vicious and unrestrained, a life of one day is better if a man is virtuous and reflecting. And he who lives 100 years, ignorant and unrestrained, a life of one day is better if a man is wise and reflecting. And he who lives 100 years, idle and weak, a life of one day is better if a man has attained firm strength. And he who lives 100 years, not seeing beginning and end, a life of one day is better if a man sees beginning and end. And he who lives 100 years, not seeing the immortal place, a life of one day is better if a man sees the immortal place. And he who lives 100 years, not seeing the highest law, a life of one day is better if a man sees the highest law. End of chapter 8. End of section 2. Recording by Måns Bro, Helsingfors, Finland.
Section 3 of the Dhammapada. Chapters 9 through 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. The Dhammapada. Translated by F. Max Mueller. Section 3. Chapter 9. Evil. If a man would hasten towards the good, he should keep his thought away from evil. If a man does what is good slothfully, his mind delights in evil. If a man commits a sin, let him not do it again. Let him not delight in sin. Pain is the outcome of evil. If a man does what is good, let him do it again. Let him delight in it. Happiness is the outcome of good. Even an evildoer sees happiness as long as his evil deed has not ripened. But when his evil deed has ripened, then does the evildoer see evil. Even a good man sees evil days, as long as his good deed has not ripened. But when his good deed has ripened, then does the good man see happy days. Let no man think lightly of evil, saying in his heart, "It will not come nigh unto me." Even by the falling of water drops, a water pot is filled. The fool becomes full of evil, even if he gather it little by little. Let no man think lightly of good, saying in his heart, "It will not come nigh unto me." Even by the falling of water drops, a water pot is filled. The wise man becomes full of good, even if he gather it little by little. Let a man avoid evil deeds, as a merchant, if he has a few companions and carries much wealth, avoids a dangerous road. As a man who loves life avoids poison. He who has no wound on his hand may touch poison with his hand. Poison does not affect one who has no wound, nor is there evil for one who does not commit evil. If a man offend a harmless, pure, and innocent person, the evil falls back upon that fool, like light dust thrown up against the wind. Some people are born again. Evildoers go to hell. Righteous people go to heaven. Those who are free from all worldly desires attain nirvana. Not in the sky, not in the midst of the sea, not if we enter into the clefts of the mountains, is there known a spot in the whole world where death could not overcome the mortal. Chapter 10. Punishment. All men tremble at punishment. All men fear death. Remember that you are like unto them, and do not kill, nor cause slaughter. All men tremble at punishment. All men love life. Remember that thou art like unto them, and do not kill, nor cause slaughter. He who seeking his own happiness punishes or kills beings who also long for happiness will not find happiness after death. He who seeking his own happiness does not punish or kill beings who also long for happiness will find happiness after death. Do not speak harshly to anybody. Those who are spoken to will answer thee in the same way. Angry speech is painful. Blows for blows will touch thee. If, like a shattered metal plate, thou utter not, then thou hast reached nirvana. Contention is not known to thee. As a cowherd with his staff drives his cows into the stable, so do age and death drive the life of men. A fool does not know when he commits his evil deeds, but the wicked man burns by his own deeds, as if burnt by fire. He who inflicts pain on innocent and harmless persons will soon come to one of these 10 states. He will have cruel suffering, loss, injury of the body, heavy affliction, or loss of mind, or misfortune coming from the king, or a fearful accusation, or loss of relations, or destruction of treasures, or lightning fire will burn his houses. And when his body is destroyed, the fool will go to hell. Not nakedness, not plaited hair, not dirt, not fasting, or lying on the earth, not rubbing with dust, not sitting motionless, can purify a mortal who has not overcome desires. He who, though dressed in fine apparel, exercises tranquility, is quiet, subdued, restrained, chaste, and has ceased to find fault with all other beings, he indeed is Brahmana, an ascetic, Sramana, a friar, Bhiksu. Is there in this world any man so restrained by humility that he does not mind reproof, as a well-trained horse, the whip? Like a well-trained horse, when touched by the whip, be ye active and lively, and by faith, by virtue, by energy, by meditation, by discernment of the law, you will overcome this great pain of reproof. Perfect in knowledge and in behavior, and never forgetful. Well makers lead the water wherever they like. Fletchers bend the arrow. Carpenters bend a log of wood. Good people fashion themselves. Chapter 11. Old Age. How is their laughter? How is their joy, as this world is always burning? Why do you not seek a light, ye who are surrounded by darkness? Look at this dressed-up lump, covered with wounds, joined together, sickly, full of many thoughts, which has no strength, no hold. This body is wasted, full of sickness and frail. This heap of corruption breaks to pieces. Life indeed ends in death. Those white bones, like gourds thrown away in the autumn, what pleasure is there in looking at them? After a stronghold has been made of the bones, it is covered with flesh and blood, and there dwell in it old age and death, pride and deceit. The brilliant chariots of kings are destroyed. The body also approaches destruction, but the virtue of good people never approaches destruction. Thus do the good say to the good. A man who has learnt little grows old like an ox. His flesh grows, but his knowledge does not grow. Looking for the maker of this tabernacle, I shall have to run through a course of many births, so long as I do not find him. And painful is birth again and again. But now, maker of the tabernacle, thou hast been seen. Thou shalt not make up this tabernacle again. All thy rafters are broken. Thy ridgepole is sundered. The mind, approaching the eternal, the sankhara, nirvana, has attained to the extinction of all desires. Men who have not observed proper discipline and have not gained treasure in their youth perish like old herons in a lake without fish. Men who have not observed proper discipline and have not gained treasure in their youth lie like broken bows, sighing after the past.
Oh, what's going on over there?
I thought my mom was mad at me, but she just emailed me a bunch of coupons.
Chapter 12. Self. If a man hold himself dear, let him watch himself carefully. During one, at least out of the 3 watches, a wise man should be watchful. Let each man direct himself first to what is proper. Then let him teach others. Thus a wise man will not suffer. If a man make himself as he teaches others to be, then, being himself well subdued, he may subdue others. One's own self is indeed difficult to subdue. Self is the lord of self. Who else could be the lord? With self well subdued, a man finds a lord such as few can find. The evil done by oneself, self-begotten, self-bred, crushes the foolish, as a diamond breaks a precious stone. He whose wickedness is very great brings himself down to that state where his enemy wishes him to be, as a creeper does with the tree which it surrounds. Bad deeds and deeds hurtful to ourselves are easy to do. What is beneficial and good, that is very difficult to do. The foolish man who scorns the rule of the venerable Arahat of the elect Arya, of the virtuous, and follows false doctrine, he bears fruit to his own destruction, like the fruits of the Kathaka reed. By oneself the evil is done. By oneself one suffers. By oneself evil is left undone. By oneself one is purified. Purity and impurity belong to oneself. No one can purify another. Let no one forget his own duty for the sake of another's, however great. Let a man, after he has discerned his own duty, be always attentive to his duty. Chapter 13. The World. Do not follow the evil law. Do not live on in thoughtlessness. Do not follow false doctrine. Be not a friend of the world. Rouse thyself. Do not be idle. Follow the law of virtue. The virtuous rests in bliss in this world and in the next. Follow the law of virtue. Do not follow that of sin. The virtuous rests in bliss in this world and in the next. Look upon the world as a bubble. Look upon it as a mirage. The king of death does not see him who thus looks down upon the world. Come, look at this glittering world, like unto a royal chariot. The foolish are immersed in it, but the wise do not touch it. He who formerly was reckless and afterwards became sober brightens up this world, like the moon when freed from the clouds. He whose evil deeds are covered by good deeds brightens up this world, like the moon when freed from the clouds. This world is dark. Few only can see here. A few only go to heaven, like birds escaped from the net. The swans go on the path of the sun. They go through the ether by means of their miraculous power. The wise are let out of this world when they have conquered Mara and his train. If a man has transgressed one law and speaks lies and scoffs at another world, there is no evil he will not do. The uncharitable do not go to the world of the gods. Fools only do not praise liberality.
It's possible.
A wise man rejoices in liberality, and through it becomes blessed in the other world. Better than sovereignty over the earth. Better than going to heaven. Better than lordship over all worlds.
He appealed that, saying
they were wrong, of the first step
but that is not a proper reason to appeal. So
Chapter 14.
They're gonna do
The
it again.
Buddha.
At least still because they cannot change
He whose
anything unless
conquest is not physically gained, into whose conquest no one in this world enters. By what track can you lead them? The awakened, the ancient, the travelers. He whom no desire with its snares and poisons can lead astray. By what track can you lead him? The awakened, the omniscient, the travelers. Even the gods envy those who are awakened. Meditation, who are wise, and who delight in the repose of retirement from the world. Difficult to obtain in the conception of men. Difficult is the life of mortals. Difficult is the hearing of the true law.
And then after that, IQ, you could go next, and then Master, you could go after him. All right, Jim?
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and I think for a lot more of us, we should speak about our own families.
Difficult is the birth of the awakened, the attainment of Buddhahood.
Find a way to get in my
not to commit any sin,
way.
To do good, and to purify one's mind. That is the teaching of all the awakened.
Who is it?
The awakened call patience the highest penance, long-suffering the highest nirvana. For he is not an anchorite, pravagita, who strikes others. He is not an ascetic, sramana,
Good morning.
who insults
Good
others.
morning.
Not to blame,
Good morning,
not to
Ryan.
strike, to live restrained under the law,
If a
to be
seed
moderate
is
in eating,
incorruptible,
to sleep and
how
sit alone,
can it be
and to
your
dwell on the
white
highest
light
thoughts.
at morning?
This is the teaching of the awakened. There is no satisfying lusts, even by a shower of gold pieces.
Hold on, what's going
He who
on?
knows that lusts have a short taste and cause pain, he is wise. Even in heavenly pleasures, he finds no satisfaction. The disciple who is fully awakened delights only in the destruction of all desires. Men, driven by by fear, go to many a refuge.
Yeah,
to
oh my
mountains
God.
and forests.
It's only
to
fun
groves
with white
and sacred
people.
trees. But that is not the same. He who takes refuge in the he who with clear understanding sees the four holy truths, viz. Pain, the origin of pain, the destruction of pain, and the eightfold holy way that leads to the quieting of pain. That is the safe refuge, that is the best refuge. Having gone to that refuge, a man is delivered from all pain. A supernatural person,
let's think about
a
that
Buddha,
Rock Nation shit
is not
that
easily
was
found.
brought up
When
as
people
far as
say that, but
He
a
is
lot
not
of
born
us know
everywhere.
our genealogy. My
Wherever
family
such a
been
sage
here
is born,
for generations, so I wish people would stop saying we
happy is
don't
the
know who
rising
we
of the
are.
awakened. Happy is the teaching of the true law. Happy is peace in the
I'm about to
church.
kick you out.
Happy is the devotion of those who are at peace. He who pays homage to those who deserve homage,
Islamic,
whether
just
the
so you know,
awakened Buddha
both times.
or their disciples, he who has overcome the host of evils,
No.
he who pays homage to such as have found deliverance and no fear, his merit can never be measured by anybody. End section 3. This recording is in the public domain. Section 4 of the Dhammapada, chapters 15 through 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. The Dhammapada, translated by F. Max Mueller. Section 4, Chapter 15, Happiness. Let us live happily then, not hating those who hate us. Among men who hate us, let us dwell free from hatred. Let us live happily then, free from ailments among the ailing. Among men who are ailing, let us dwell free from ailments. Let us live happily then, free from greed among the greedy. Among men who are greedy, let us dwell free from greed. Let us live happily then, though we call nothing our own.
Well, they're still trying.
We shall be like the bright gods,
I don't know when
feeding on happiness.
heard that the whole
Victory breeds hatred.
Like man
The
and
conquered is unhappy.
Someone filmed.
He who has given up both victory and defeat, he, the contented, is happy. There is no fire like passion. There is no losing throw like hatred. There is no pain like this body. There is no happiness higher than rest.
Should we have some house cleaning?
Hunger is the worst of diseases. The body.
I'm sitting in the sun doing yoga.
This truly,
It's fun. I've got a
the
vibrator.
highest happiness. Health is the greatest of gifts. Contentedness, the best riches. Trust is the best of relationships. Nirvana, the highest happiness. He who has tasted the sweetness of solitude and tranquility is free from fear and free from sin, while he tastes the sweetness of drinking in the law.
With FanDuel, every night is a watch party. New customers bet $5 and get $150.
The sight of the elect, Arya, is good. To live with them is always happiness. If a man does not see fools, he will be truly happy. He who walks in the company of fools suffers a long way. Company with fools, as with an enemy, is always painful. Company with the wise is pleasure, like meeting with kinsfolk. One ought to follow the wise, the intelligent, the learned, the much enduring, the dutiful, the elect. One ought to follow a good and wise man, as the moon follows the path of the stars. Chapter 16. Pleasure.
Dale said you being petty on her birthday.
He who gives himself to vanity and does not give himself to meditation.
Read mine eyes, shall I
Who has exerted himself in meditation. Let no man ever look for what is pleasant, or what is unpleasant. Not to see what is pleasant is pain, and it is pain to see what is unpleasant.
At some
Let,
point,
therefore, no man love
I looked
anything.
and I said,
Loss of the beloved is evil.
The world's
Those who
kind
love
of messed
nothing
up
and hate nothing have no fetters.
And my dollars are generating zero.
From pleasure
I'm
comes
gonna buy
grief.
Bitcoin, and I think
From pleasure comes fear. He who is free from pleasure knows neither
Read
grief nor
mine eyes, shall I lie?
affection comes fear. He who is free from affection knows neither grief nor fear. He who is free from love knows neither grief nor fear. From greed comes grief. From greed comes fear. He who is free from greed knows neither grief nor fear. He who possesses virtue and intelligence, who is just, speaks the truth, and does what is his own business.
Rabbi.
Hello?
Rabbi, you fucking weirdo!
Hello?
Why the fuck you don't pick Jazzy, bro?
Hey, motherfucker.
I kicked Jazzy. I didn't see that. What? Yeah. Why the fuck
Hello?
you pick Jazzy, bro?
Hello?
Jamal Jazzy, stupid ass.
Hello?
And the world will all fear. He in whom a desire for the ineffable, nirvana, has sprung up, who is satisfied in his mind, and whose thoughts are not bewildered by love.
Ryan, do you have the haircut block now?
Amen. Amen.
Uncle over here. Oh my god. So petty.
Amen.
You do know that I had to go and she's telling me someone's blocking her. I'm like, no one's blocking you. And she's saying someone's blocking her. I knew it's you. It's you.
You fucking dumbass.
I told everybody that it was me, but you weren't here. Yeah, because I was busy with her telling me that, oh, I can't go, but I'm calling her a liar because, yeah, you can go. I even pinged you. What are you talking about?
Oh, Rabbi and Rabbi's drama. The series continues.
Because this bitch is wild and this guy he's so petty.
The rat of the Rabbi.
Amen.
The rat or rat?
The rat
Amen.
of the Rabbi.
Amen.
Hey, damn.
Rat poison. Rabbi, don't eat it.
No, the rat of Rabbi is the name of the series that he's currently playing. The story continues.
Celestial Abyss, do you have a universal infinite vagina?
Ryan,
I don't know. I don't know. Do you have an atomic cock?
Yes. Tick
All
tock, click clock, tick tock, tick clock.
He's got a quantum cock.
No,
I have a quantum AI
no.
penis infected in your mind.
Arameo, it's a pagan language. It's a fake. It's a fake.
Habibi, it is a Semitic language which was originated in Middle Euphrates from 800 to 600 BC. What are you talking about?
Was translate to that language, but the first no, because.
So what is the point? मैं वो समझना चाह रहा हूँ.
Ribinoi, Shaloi, my fellow skull and bonesmen. Welcome to the annual charter meeting of our terrorist, murderous organization. They kicked me.
Yo, can kick him? Fucking annoying.
Yeah. Rick, you're annoying. You're not even a flower. Don't lie with that fake daffodils. You ain't no lotus blossom.
Clearly, I cannot.
Ribinoi, Shaloi, Grand Rising. Ribinoi, Shaloi, Grand Rising.
You're on your dad. That's why you niggas hate.
Ribinoi, Shaloi, Grand Rising.
Yeah, get that nigga out of here immediately. No, I wasn't hating on you, bro. I was asking a simple question.
Hey,
you just
I'm
got
telling you
emotional. That's it.
My nigga.
Yeah, but you don't tell me what to do because I'm a grown man. So if I want to ask you a question, you can choose not to respond or you can shut the fuck up, genuine nigga. Who the fuck you think you talk?
Ribinoi, Shaloi, Grand Rising.
See what I'm saying? This is what these niggas do. They do the same thing that they mama did when they.
Ribinoi, Shaloi, Grand Rising.
The parables.
Ribinoi, Shaloi, Grand Rising.
People go on trips before.
Ribinoi, Shaloi, Grand Rising.
Clarification for a question.
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
Hi, sir. This is such a hot picture. I'm looking respectfully.
So I already know what type of shit he's probably was on. Like, oh, this ain't the jurisdiction. Like, I'm already knowing that they was on some other shit.
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
What's going on, man?
The man said Grand Rising, man. From the pagan wives. So this.
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
What did I walk back? What did I?
Grant, hey, you feeling like that? You must have made some money this morning. You must have did what I did this morning. Singing, that shit. How much you made this morning? Let me see if you got the right to be singing like that.
It's 10-4.
That's the type of song you sing when you up a couple. Now what?
Ungawa. Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising. Reboy.
I'm gonna tell.
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
And he got the white woman in his profile picture. You can't even talk to none of them without no money, John. That voice ain't gonna do no justice.
Reboy Noi.
John Kitover. Vote John, Chicago. Oh, I knew you was a white man.
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
Hey, John, you be day trading? You be day trading? Lincoln Park. Oh, man, you from the suburbs of Chicago.
Said that he did that.
This is a young white man from the Chicago suburbs of
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
Hey, you know, I lived out there in Hyde Park, John. You know what zip code that is? It's a little more expensive than the Lincoln Park neighborhood, but still pretty nice. That's what they have to do.
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
Hey, look, John. We ain't from the same
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand.
And I know your ass ain't walking to Chicago.
Whenever I hear my cousins, you know, when they speak in Kashmiri, like, you know, Alpha, Tuchko, Kurput, when they say.
You hear me, John? I promise.
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
Hell yeah, snatch John pocket. What you say?
Yeah, it sound like the old
guy. He's from Lincoln Park. That's a white man from Lincoln Park, and I think he's running for like alderman or some shit. Who knows? But he ain't in Chicago talking like that. They gonna snatch his pocket off. John know that shit. John know that shit. Even in Lincoln Park, they start singing that shit outside. They gonna snatch his fucking pocket off. Hey, them tight ass pants you wearing, John, you can't afford to get them pockets snatched off them tight ass pants.
Jesus Christ.
We trolled the trolls and hit, John. You can't come in with that broke ass shit. You ain't got no money. I checked your page out already.
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
I can do it with you, John. I got free time. Your pops and them might be at work, but I'm here, John. I'm at the house. Shaloin, yoin, yoin,
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
That white man not sing, boy. You hear this young white man, Miss Ivanka? Why he come up here with great foolishness?
Reboy Noi, Shaloy Loin, Grand Rising.
Don't understand why niggas have to come in here like that.
We did a good laugh today.
A lot of places on Clubhouse.
And I don't want to hear
Yeah.
nobody from the other room.
We do need a laugh after what we heard about McGarvey. That nigga.
Boy, noy, shaloy, grand rave. Zing. Hello?
Damn it.
Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
You got another tune? Can you give us another lyric?
Hey, motherfucker.
There you go.
There you go. Trash of America.
Hello?
I just think it's funny.
You second class citizens. You dirty bitches. Dirty bitches.
Remove admin.
Hello?
Dirty bitches. You dirty wine all over America. You take people's identity. You fucking ruin things. You fucking crackers. You ruin everything you touch.
Hello?
What's up, Sig? How you doing?
You ruin everything you touch.
What you listening to, John?
Every civilization you made is falling, crumbling to the ground. You all will be obsolete in 10 years. We will take over whiteness. We will outbreed you, and we will kill you, man. You're dead.
Hello? What is that? The script from Pirates of the Caribbean with Johnny Depp, Jazzy?
You're done.
Okay, my dear sister. Take the pins out your voodoo doll and go back to work, you psychopathic bitch.
Jamaicans don't do voodoo, you dumbass, uncultured, fucking stupid cracker boy. That is a Haitian, you dumb fuck.
Not too much.
You need to learn your motherfucking culture.
Nah, that's Africans.
You're right. You're right. It ain't Jamaicans though, bitch. So know yourself, all right? Know yourself. Big up yourself.
Bless you. What's up?
Oh, she said she from West Africa?
Know yourself. Stop. Me not want to hear no white man talking. He needs to go to work. No white man should be on this app during the day. You need to go to work, you stupid boy. Sissy white boy. Me not want to hear you talk on a social audio app. Go to work. Go to work, you poor ass Bitcoin miners. Take your ass to work. Bitcoin would never make you rich, man. If so, you'd be retired by now. You fucking losers.
Hey, Jazz, you know I read something. All
right, you gotta mute Edmund. I can't hear you.
That's a young Chicago white man too.
I read something that
you gotta know how they do stuff in my city.
They didn't give the immigrants a vaccine shot because they want them to take over.
Because they know you are up north white man. Where I'm at, we still
that's like some 80 West shit.
They not touching nobody. But I know he ain't
like what? I don't even know what that means, Oscar.
I don't know.
That was so funny, Jazzy.
Yo, my youth, mute yourself. I don't want to hear nothing from no dirty, stinking white man who show his balls on the internet. I want to hear from you. Dirty boy.
You really went with a Jamaican. That's crazy. You got an advantage, yo.
You dirty boy.
You know, every Jamaican I've ever met has always been nice, except for this
You're
one.
done here. You're dead. You're dead here.
Don't project, fatso.
The dirty, stinking white man, open your legs on the internet for people to see. And you think we give a fuck about what you have to say about us, you dirty, stinking porn star. Dirty, stinking porn star.
Touching my toes don't make me porn star, darling.
Nasty Ross.
Jazzy, when was the last time you stretched your hamstrings, flossed your teeth, and wiped jars with a baby wipe?
Leg like a bitch boy. Big old faggot boy. That's what you are. You're dirty.
Baby beta boy.
Dirty, stinking big ball boy. Big blue ball boy.
Where did y'all go wrong? Because y'all used to be friends. Where did y'all go wrong? Because y'all used to be best friends.
He spread his legs online like a whore, like an OnlyFans whore. I do not respect men that show the body online for the whole internet to see. Me not like it. He's a whore. I don't like him. He's a whore. He spread his man's big blue balls all on Instagram. I don't like it.
So, Edmund, why were you showing your balls on Instagram, bro?
Because, I gotta have background music for my yoga videos, and I figure it's better to just play the clowns on Clown House instead of copyrighted music from YouTube, because otherwise it would trigger the copyright violations, and I wouldn't be able to continue live streaming my balls on YouTube. Go to Jefferson Park News on YouTube now.
I get it now. So Edmund was working out on live on Instagram.
No, Edmund was showing his balls on Instagram. You want to see? Let me show you.
No,
Hold on.
Me don't want to see. No,
let me show you. Hold on.
Go want to see.
No.
Hold on one second, please. Let me go to my messages. Hold on 1 second, please.
Oh, he sent it to you. Oh shit! That means
no, he didn't. It circulates around Clubhouse. Okay. Oh, here we go. Big stinking nasty dirty ball boy. Big stinking nasty dirty tough dick boy. Look at the PTR. Look, PTR. PTR, look at the boy big blue balls there now.
Those are indeed my balls, but take my balls out of your PTR. Take my balls out of your PTR. I will report you to the Clown House police.
Nothing but a fat Asian woman, bitch.
Take my balls out of your PTR now.
You could ever get is a ghetto black bitch named Shakisha from all black bitch.
Take my balls out of your PTR now.
Get no pussy from no white woman. You are a second-class white man. Don't nobody want you.
That's crazy.
You are projecting your own identity crisis. Now take my balls out of your PTR now.
Class white citizen to the white man.
You are projecting your own racial inferiority complex on me. Now take my balls out of your PTR, you racist bigot.
For you to marry their pygmy. Nobody want that.
Again with the pygmy hypothesis.
Nobody want that, you pygmy. Nobody want you to have children with them, with these balls all on the internet.
The philosophy of the pygmy.
Nobody want you, boy.
Pygmy.
Look at your legs higher than a bitch. Look like you're gonna get your ass spread open. Fucking faggot. Look at your ass. Your underwear so cheap, me see your butt cheek through your motherfucking black drawers. Walmart underwear.
So I would like to just tell everybody that all communication is hypnosis. Let's say it all together, everybody. All communication is hypnosis. Can you imagine having a cell phone with a social audio app and then putting some guy's balls on your PTR, then screaming as if you're a Jamaican woman at 10 o'clock in the morning? Clearly, I have implanted some type of hypnotic eggs in this young woman's mind. She goes by the name Bass Jazzy. She lives in Florida, has a child, and now she's on an app screaming in the morning. We do believe that this is a dopamine feedback loop or some type of talk therapy. Basically, she's too cheap to go to BetterHelp and talk like a nice person to some transgender person through a YouTube ad. Anyways, Jazzy, thanks for being on Jefferson Park News, of course, and all of our other Instagrams and YouTubes. God bless you, Jazzy, and we pray for your health, your wealth, your love, and may you leave this room and go from strength to strength, courage to courage, and joy to joy. Thank you yet again, Jazzy, for giving us the greatest content we can hope to inform the world with. God bless you, Jazzy. Thank you very little. We'll call you, don't call us.
You are such a fucking uncultured, stupid cracker white boy. Make no sense, man. You finished or you're done? Because you cannot out bitch a black woman. Stop trying to be a bitch. You are a white man. Act as such.
All right, everybody. Well, I want to thank you again for coming to another episode of Jefferson Park News and Clown Podcast here at Venture Capital Domains.
You a bitch anyways, nigga. You think you are a woman. I can tell by the way you spread your legs. And the way you argue with me. You think you're a woman. And you think you run something. You not run nothing but an internet service. You have 10 profiles on every social media outlet. You got 10 profiles because you have a personality disorder. You're a motherfucking schizophrenic, and we know it. And y'all here ringing bells like somebody give a fuck. That hypnosis don't work on a God's child. You can't hypnotize me, Satan.
Oh, she's trying to hypnotize us?
I will hypnotize you. I got him in a trance. He's trying to get out. He's ringing bells, trying to get out. My Jamaican trance. You're stuck, boy. Ring it again. Ring the alarm. Go.
What if that's the lady he got trapped in the closet trying to ring for food?
Exactly. Nah, get out of this bell. Ring, ring. No. Let me try a bell for you. Hold on. Let me try a bell for you. Let me try a bell for you to get out my spell. That work? Nah, it not work because you never be loose from my spell, bitch. Never. Me hold you tight for the rest of your life. You're always gonna crash out behind me, Edmund. Always. You're gonna get to yelling and screaming and hollering. Always behind me, Edmund. You're gonna be ringing bells for the rest of your life. Ringy ring. They told you those bells work, huh? You have to have power. You have to have power behind the bell. You are a layman. You're not the divine spirit, Edmund. You're full of the devil.
Whoa.
You're full of the devil. That's why your bell not work on me. Sorry.
Whoa.
Your bell not work. Your flute no work. Nothing work. And you got 10 minutes till I'm not Jamaican no more. So you better enjoy. Because me leave my house in 10 minutes. Me leave my house in a 10 minutes, alright? Me not Jamaican after me leave. The flute don't work, bitch. Try again. Matter of fact, here we go. I got something for your ass. I got something for you, bitch. If you want to run around to play, I have something for you.
What the fuck is that, Edmund? Come on.
I have something for you, Edmund.
What's going on?
Here you go, Edmund.
What's up, y'all? I know a lot of you guys are trying to get closer to God, so I got some people I want you guys to meet.
Here we go. Hold on.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah! Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah. Allahu Akbar!
Come on, Edmund.
Allahu Akbar.
Oscar, imagine trying to outro.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allahu Akbar.
Can you imagine that being your goal?
Allah.
To sit behind a computer.
Allahu Akbar.
Look at him, he's spiraling.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My whole point is to get kicked, Oscar. I don't know if you know that yet.
I know. Fuck you, you fucking poor ass Chicago. Who the fuck live in Chicago that have money? Nobody. Everybody trying to escape Chicago except Edmund. He's stuck in an apartment. Stuck. You're the only cracker left in Chicago. What you still doing there?
Oh, go touch your toes. Go touch your toes, fatty.
You can't afford to leave me touch my toes every night for your daddy.
Go touch your toes and stretch your hamstrings, you little
night for
fatty.
your white daddy, who fucks me so good. Your white daddy gave me your inheritance. That's why you stuck in the apartment.
Hello? Jazzy, the whole point is, can you put this on YouTube already? Can you put this on YouTube? Look at Hampton. Gay little Hampton at least has an audience on YouTube. What are you doing here?
Daddy fucked me so good, Edmund, and I sucked your daddy's dick.
Oh my God, what a beautiful woman! What a cultured woman! What a lovely woman!
Me love your daddy's dick. It tastes so good like dinner.
I'm sorry, Jazzy, but I don't think this relationship's gonna work out. It was really nice meeting you, and we'll call you. Don't call us.
This tastes so good down my throat, bitch. And you know what? Your dirty stinking
Hello?
mother. Your dirty stinking mother watch your daddy fuck me.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Dirty stinking immigrant mother.
Hello? Hello?
I fuck your daddy
How many
so
phones do you
good.
have, Edmund?
I fuck your
I don't
daddy
know. I'm looking
so
at about
good.
20 right now.
I fuck your daddy so good.
No, I seen it. PTR, Edmund, sure.
You want to see the setup right now?
Yeah, show the setup.
Okay.
I fuck your daddy so good. I fuck your daddy so good. I fuck your daddy so good.
Not that banging.
Your
Not that banging. No. Whoa. Fuck no. Not that banging. Not that banging. No. Fuck no.
I fuck your daddy so good. I fuck your daddy so good.
Not that banging. Not that banging. Oh no. Whoa. Fuck no.
Hey, Edmund, ain't gonna lie, that's my shit.
Ain't that banging. Ain't that banging. Oh. Fuck no. Not that banging. Not that banging. Oh, whoa. Fuck no.
Hey, Jazzy, change your PTR, please. Come on, man.
Why? I want you to see that in his true form.
Like, this nigga ass really showing
That's what I'm
his
saying.
balls, bro.
Hold on, Edmund. Not Edmund. Oscar. As straight men, this is what I be trying to tell you. To hang with a nigga that when you can do this online.
Oh, man, I'm not
Not that banging.
He should not be
Not
allowed
that
to
banging.
spread
Oh,
people like a bitch like this. Why is he allowed on stage with you?
Not that banging.
Can you
Not that
let a
banging.
pussy nigga that spread his legs like he on OnlyFans coexist with you?
Bro, I didn't know he did
Not that
that.
banging.
Guess what? When he start
Not that
activating you like a gay dick, don't call me. Don't call me when he start harassing you.
When I did that shit last
And when he start making you not get no fucking loads from your trucking company.
Let's bring this up, Jazzy. When I asked you for your fucking help last night, when the gays were attacking me in front of women and everyone, you know what you did? When they were trolling me, they were trolling me and said, Oscar has gays follow him, trannies follow him. Ha 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 ha. They said, somebody said, oh, Jazzy's not a tranny. Follow Oscar. And Jazzy came off the mic and said, oh, I am a tranny.
No, not that banging.
Can you?
Not that banging. No, not that bang.
What up, Oscar?
All right, you know what? I'm gonna leave.
Hold on, man.
I'm gonna see how far you get with Edmund all day.
All right.
Go ahead. See you later.
Give me one more chance.
No, bro. You gotta go, or I'm leaving. It's one of the things. I'm not about to sit here and listen to a poor white person.
Got him. Got him real good.
Yochanan, is it the most expensive book? Sorry, is it the most expensive religious book that you know?
In Jewish religion, yes, but I wonder if there is in other religions, if you have a book that is a printed book that is worth that type of money.
Okay, this is Jefferson Park now. Okay, welcome to Jefferson Park News, everybody.
I don't shop, I Depop. Depop makes it so easy to buy and sell.
Magic in Theory and Practice. Chapter 0, The Magical Theory of the Universe. There are three main theories of the universe: dualism, monism, and nihilism. It is impossible to enter into a discussion of their relative merits in a popular manual of this sort. They may be studied in Erdmann's History of Philosophy and similar treatises. All are reconciled and unified in the theory which we shall now set forth. The basis of this harmony is given in Crowley's Bereshith, to which reference should be made. Infinite space is called the goddess Nuit, while the infinitely small and atomic yet omnipresent point is called Hadit. These are unmanifest. One conjunction of these infinites is called Rahorquit, a unity which includes and heads all things. There is also a particular nature of him in certain conditions, such as have obtained since the spring of 1904. This profoundly mystical conception is based upon spiritual experience, but the trained reason can reach a reflection of this idea by the method of logical contradiction, which ends in reason transcending itself. The reader should consult the soldier and the hunchback in Equinox 1:1 and Kant's Pax. Unity transcends consciousness. It is above all division. The father of thought, the word, is called chaos, the dyad. The number 3, the mother, is called Babylon. In connection with this, the reader should study the Temple of Solomon the King in Equinox 1:5 and Liber 418. This first triad is essentially unity in a manner transcending reason. The comprehension of this trinity is a matter of spiritual experience. All true gods are attributed to this trinity. An immeasurable abyss divides it from all manifestations of reason or the lower qualities of man. In the ultimate analysis of reason, we find all reason identified with this abyss. Yet this abyss is the crown of the mind. Purely intellectual faculties all obtain here. This abyss has no number, for in it all is confusion. Below this abyss, we find the moral qualities of man, of which there are 6. The highest is symbolized by the number 4. Its nature is fatherly. Mercy and authority are the attributes of its dignity. The number 5 is balanced against it. The attributes of 5 are energy and justice. 4 and 5 are again combined and harmonized in the number 6, whose nature is beauty and harmony, mortality and immortality. In the number 7, the feminine nature is again predominant, but it is the masculine type of female, the Amazon, who is balanced in the number 8 by the feminine type of male. In the number 9, we reach the last of the purely mental qualities. It identifies change with stability. Appended to this sixfold system is the number 10, which includes the whole of matter as we know it by the senses. It is impossible here to explain thoroughly the complete conception, for it cannot be too clearly understood that this is a classification of the universe, that there is nothing which is not comprehended therein. The article on the Kabbalah in Volume 1, number 5 of the Equinox, is the best which has been written on the subject. It should be deeply studied in connection with the Kabbalistic diagrams in Nos 2 and 3, the Temple of Solomon the King. Such is a crude and elementary sketch of this system. The formula of Tetragrammaton is the most important for the practical magician. Here Yod equals 2, He equals 3, Vav equals 4 to 9, the final He equals 10. The number 2 represents Yod, the divine or archetypal world, and the number 1 is only attained by the destruction of the god and the magician in Samadhi. The world of angels is under the numbers 4 to 9, and that of spirits under the number 10. All these numbers are of course parts of the magician himself, considered as the microcosm. The microcosm is an exact image of the macrocosm. The great work is the raising of the whole man in perfect balance to the power of infinity. The reader will remark that all criticism directed against the magical hierarchy is futile. One cannot call it incorrect. The only line to take might be that it was inconvenient. In the same way, one cannot say that the Roman alphabet is better or worse than the Greek, since all required sounds can be more or less satisfactorily represented by either. Yet both these alphabets were found so little satisfactory when it came to an attempt at phonetic printing of Oriental languages, that the alphabet had to be expanded by the use of italics and other diacritical marks. In the same way, our magical alphabet of the Sephiroth and the Paths, 32 letters as it were, has been expanded into the 4 worlds corresponding to the 4 letters of the name Yod, Ha, Vav, Ha, and each Sephira is supposed to contain a tree of life of its own. Thus we obtain 400 Sephiroth instead of the original 10, and the paths being capable of similar multiplications, or rather of subdivision, the number is still further extended. Of course, this process might be indefinitely continued without destroying the original system. The apology for this system is that our purest conceptions are symbolized in mathematics. God is the great arithmetician, God is the grand geometer. It is best, therefore, to prepare to apprehend him by formulating our minds according to these measures. To return, each letter of this alphabet may have its special magical sigil. The student must not expect to be given a cut-and-dried definition of what exactly is meant by any of all this. On the contrary, he must work backwards, putting the whole of his mental and moral outfit into these pigeonholes. You would not expect to be able to buy a filing cabinet with the names of all your past, present, and future correspondents ready indexed. Your cabinet has a system of letters and numbers meaningless in themselves, but ready to take on a meaning to you as you fill up the files. As your business increased, each letter and number would receive fresh accessions of meaning for you. And by adopting this orderly arrangement, you would be able to have a much more comprehensive grasp of your affairs than would otherwise be the case. By the use of this system, the magician is able ultimately to unify the whole of his knowledge, to transmute, even on the intellectual plane, the many into the one. The reader can now understand that the sketch above of the magical hierarchy is hardly even an outline of the real theory of the universe. This theory may indeed be studied in the article already referred to in number 5 of the Equinox, and more deeply in the Book of the Law and the commentaries thereon. But the true understanding depends entirely upon the work of the magician himself. Without magical experience, it will be meaningless. In this there is nothing peculiar. It is so with all scientific knowledge. A blind man might cram up astronomy for the purpose of passing examinations, but his knowledge would be almost entirely unrelated to his experience, and it would certainly not give him sight. A similar phenomenon is observed when a gentleman who has taken an honors degree in modern languages at Cambridge arrives in Paris and is unable to order his dinner. To exclaim against the master Thurian is to act like a person who, observing this, should attack both the professors of French and the inhabitants of Paris, and perhaps go on to deny the existence of France. Let us say once again that the magical language is nothing but a convenient system of classification to enable the magician to docket his experiences as he obtains them. Yet this is true also that, once the language is mastered, one can divine the unknown by study of the known, just as one's knowledge of Latin and Greek enables one to understand some unfamiliar English word derived from those sources. Also, there is the similar case of the periodic law in chemistry, which enables science to prophesy, and so in the end to discover, the existence of certain previously unsuspected elements in nature. All discussions upon philosophy are necessarily sterile, since truth is beyond language. They are, however, useful if carried far enough. If carried to the point when it become apparent that all arguments are arguments in a circle. But discussions of the details of purely imaginary qualities are frivolous and may be deadly. For the great danger of this magical theory is that the student may mistake the alphabet for the things which the words represent. An excellent man of great intelligence, a learned decabalist, once amazed the master Thurian by stating that the tree of life was the framework of the universe. It was as if someone had seriously maintained that a cat was a creature constructed by placing the letters C-A-T in that order. It is no wonder that magic has excited the ridicule of the unintelligent, since even its educated students can be guilty of so gross a violation of the first principles of common sense. Long since writing the above, an even grosser imbecility has been perpetrated. One who ought to have known better tried to improve the tree of life by turning the serpent of wisdom upside down. Yet he could not even make his scheme symmetrical. His little remaining good sense revolted at the supreme atrocities. Yet he succeeded in reducing the whole magical alphabet to nonsense and showing that he had never understood its real meaning. The absurdity of any such disturbance of the arrangement of the paths is evident to any sober student from such examples as the following. Binah, the supernal understanding, is connected with Tiferet, the human consciousness, by Zain, Gemini, the oracles of the gods or the intuition. That is, the attribution represents a psychological fact. To replace it by the devil is either humor or plain idiocy. Again, the card Fortitude, Leo, balances majesty and mercy with strength and severity. What sense is there in putting death, the scorpion, in its stead? There are 20 other mistakes in the new wonderful illuminated from on high attribution. The student can therefore be sure of 20 more laughs if he cares to study it. A synopsis of the grades of the AA as illustrative of the magical hierarchy in man is given in Appendix 2, 1 star in sight. This should be read before proceeding with the chapter. The subject is very difficult. To deal with it in full is entirely beyond the limits of this small treatise. Further, concerning the magical universe. All these letters of the magical alphabet, referred to above, are like so many names on a map. Man himself is a complete microcosm. Few other beings have this balanced perfection. Of course, every sun, every planet may have beings similarly constituted. But when we speak of dealing with the planets in magic, the reference is usually not to the actual planets, but to parts of the earth which are of the nature attributed to these planets. Thus, when we say that Nakheel is the intelligence of the sun, we do not mean that he lives in the sun, but only that he has a certain rank and character. And although we can invoke him, we do not necessarily mean that he exists in the same sense of the word in which our butcher exists. When we conjure Nakheel to visible appearance, it may be that our process resembles creation, or rather imagination, more nearly than it does calling forth. The aura of a man is called the magical mirror of the universe. And so far as anyone can tell, nothing exists outside of this mirror. It is at least convenient to represent the whole as if it were subjective.
So
it leads to less confusion.
And then all of a sudden they don't perform.
And as a man is a perfect microcosm, it is perfectly easy to remodel one's conception at any moment.
If you do things the right way, you'll be okay.
Now there is a traditional correspondence, which modern experiment has shown to be fairly reliable.
It's hard.
There is a certain natural connection between certain letters, words, numbers, gestures, shapes, perfumes, and so on, so that any idea, or as we might call it, spirit, may be composed or called forth by the use of those things which are harmonious with it and express particular parts of its nature.
I didn't fuck with Mikey and got his motherfucking phone number. Now this bitch takes right back and call and answer on the first ring. So bitch don't try to play me like I'm some duck ass bitch hoe.
It will be necessary for the student to make a careful study of this book in connection with some actual rituals of magic, for example, that of the evocation of Tafta printed in Equinox 1-3, pages 170 to 190. where he will see exactly why these things are to be used.
He said,
Of
when I
course,
fuck
as
with
the
they was
student
born
advances
like
in
that,
knowledge
and
by
they just got it
experience, he will
when they was
find a
born. I
progressive
said, oh, well, they
subtlety
got
in
no
the
right.
natural universe
He said they was
corresponding to
born.
his own.
Can y'all please
For let
accept
it be
what I
said
said?
yet again, not only is his aura a magical mirror of the universe, but the universe is a magical mirror of his aura. In this chapter, we are only able to give a very thin outline of magical theory, faint penciling by weak and wavering fingers, for this subject may almost be said to be coextensive with one's whole knowledge. The knowledge of exoteric science is comically limited by the fact that we have no access, except in the most indirect way, to any other celestial body than our own. In the last few years, the semi-educated have got an idea that they know a great deal about the universe, and the principal ground for their fine opinion of themselves is usually the telephone or the airship. It is pitiful to read the bombastic twaddle about progress, which journalists and others who wish to prevent men from thinking put out for consumption. We know infinitesimally little of the material universe. Our detailed knowledge is so contemptibly minute that it is hardly worth reference, save that our shame may spur us to increased endeavor. Such knowledge as we have got is of a very general and abstruse, of a philosophical and almost magical character.
You take the day after Peel?
This consists principally of the conceptions of pure mathematics.
The next day.
It is therefore almost legitimate to say that pure mathematics is our link with the rest of the universe and with God. Now the conceptions of magic are themselves profoundly mathematical. The whole basis of our theory is the Kabbalah, which corresponds to mathematics and geometry.
So it's two
The
parts.
method of operation in magic is based on this, in very much the same way as the laws of mechanics are based on mathematics. So far, therefore, as we can be said to possess a magical theory of the universe, it must be a matter solely of fundamental law with a few simple and comprehensive propositions stated in very general terms. I might expend a lifetime in exploring the details of one plane, just as an explorer might give his life to one corner of Africa, or a chemist to one subgroup of compounds. Each such detail, but it does not as a rule throw light on the main principles of the universe. Its truth is the truth of one end.
Are we back having the BDSM?
It might even lead to error if some inferior person were to generalize from too few facts. Imagine an inhabitant of Mars who wished to philosophize about the Earth and had nothing to go by but the diary of some man at the North Pole. But the work of every explorer, on whatever branch of the tree of life the caterpillar he is after may happen to be crawling, is immensely helped by a grasp of general principles. Every magician, therefore, should study the Holy Kabbalah. Once he has mastered the main principles, he will find his work grow easy. Solvitur ambulando, which does not mean call the ambulance. Chapter 1, the Principles of Ritual. There is a single main definition of the object of all magical ritual. It is the uniting of the microcosm with the macrocosm. The supreme and complete ritual is therefore the invocation of the holy guardian angel, or in the language of mysticism, union with God. All other magical rituals are particular cases of this general principle, and the only excuse for doing them is that it sometimes occurs that one particular portion of the microcosm is so weak that its imperfection of impurity would vitiate the macrocosm of which it is the image, eidolon, or reflexion. For example, God is above sex, and therefore neither man nor woman as such can be said fully to understand, much less to represent, God. It is therefore incumbent on the male magician to cultivate those female virtues in which he is deficient, and this task he must of course accomplish without in any way impairing his virility. It will then be lawful for a magician to invoke Isis and identify himself with her. If he fail to do this, his apprehension of the universe when he attains samadhi will lack the conception of maternity. The result will be a metaphysical and, by corollary, ethical limitation in the religion which he founds. Judaism and Islam are striking example of this failure. To take another example, the ascetic life which devotion to magic so often involves argues a poverty of nature, a narrowness, a lack of generosity. Nature is infinitely prodigal. Not one in a million seeds ever comes to fruition. Whoso fails to recognize this, let him invoke Jupiter. The danger of ceremonial magic, the subtlest and deepest danger, is this: that the magician will naturally tend to invoke that partial being which most strongly appeals to him, so that his natural excess in that direction will be still further exaggerated. Let him, before beginning his work, endeavor to map out his own being and arrange his invocations in such a way as to redress the balance. This, of course, should have been done in a preliminary fashion during the preparation of the weapons and furniture of the temple. To consider in a more particular manner this question of the nature of ritual, we may suppose that he finds himself lacking in that perception of the value of life and death, alike of individuals and of races, which is characteristic of nature. He has perhaps a tendency to perceive the first noble truth uttered by Buddha, that everything is sorrow. Nature, it seems, is a tragedy. He has perhaps even experienced the great trance called sorrow. He should then consider whether there is not some deity who expresses this cycle, and yet whose nature is joy. He will find what he requires in Dionysus. There are three main methods of invoking any deity. The first method consists of devotion to that deity, and being mainly mystical in character, need not be dealt with in this place, especially as a perfect instruction exists in Liber 175, see Appendix. The second method is the straightforward ceremonial invocation. It is the method which was usually employed in the Middle Ages. Its advantage is its directness, its disadvantage its crudity. The Gosha gives clear instruction in this method, and so do many other rituals, white and black. We shall presently devote some space to a clear exposition of this art. In the case of Bacchus, however, we may roughly outline the procedure. We find that the symbolism of Tifarth expresses the nature of Bacchus. It is then necessary to construct a ritual of Tifarth. Let us open the book 777. We shall find in line 6 of each column the various parts of our required apparatus. Having ordered everything duly, we shall exalt the mind by repeated prayers or conjurations to the highest conception of the God, until, in one sense or another of the word, he appears to us and floods our consciousness with the light of his divinity. The third method is the dramatic, perhaps the most attractive of all. Certainly it is so to the artist's temperament, for it appeals to his imagination through his aesthetic sense. Its disadvantage lies principally in the difficulty of its performance by a single person. But it has the sanction of the highest antiquity, and is probably the most useful for the foundation of a religion. It is the method of Catholic Christianity, and consists in the dramatization of the legend of the god. The Bacchae of Euripides is a magnificent example of such a ritual. So also, through in a less degree, is the Mass. We may also mention many of the degrees in Freemasonry, particularly the third. The 5=6 ritual published in number 3 of the Equinox is another example. In the case of Bacchus, one commemorates firstly his birth of a mortal mother who has yielded her treasure house to the Father of all, of the jealousy and rage excited by this incarnation, and of the heavenly protection afforded to the infant. Next should be commemorated the journeying westward upon an ass. Now comes the great scene of the drama. The gentle, exquisite youth with his following, chiefly composed of women, seems to threaten the established order of things, and that established order takes steps to put an end to the upstart. We find Dionysus confronting the angry king, not with defiance, but with meekness, yet with a subtle confidence and underlying laughter. His forehead is wreathed with fine tendrils. He is an effeminate figure with those broad leaves clustered upon his brow. But those leaves hide horns. King Pentheus, representative of respectability, is destroyed by his pride. He goes out into the mountains to attack the women who have followed Bacchus, the youth whom he has mocked, scourged, and put in chains, yet who has only smiled. And by those women, in their divine madness, he is torn to pieces. It has already seemed impertinent to say so much when Walter Pater has told the story with such sympathy and insight. We will not further transgress by dwelling upon the identity of this legend with the course of nature, its madness, its prodigality, its intoxication, its joy, and above all its sublime persistence through the cycles of life and death. The pagan reader must labor to understand this in Pater's Greek studies, and the Christian reader will recognize it, incident for incident, in the story of Christ. This legend is but the dramatization of spring. The magician who wishes to invoke Bacchus by this method must therefore arrange a ceremony in which he takes the part of Bacchus, undergoes all his trials, and emerges triumphant from beyond death. He must, however, be warned against mistaking the symbolism. In this case, for example, the doctrine of individual immortality has been dragged in to the destruction of truth. It is not that utterly worthless part of man is individual consciousness as John Smith, which defies death. That consciousness which dies and is reborn in every thought. That which persists, if anything persists, is his real John Smithiness, a quality of which he was probably never conscious in his life. Even that does not persist unchanged. It is always growing. The cross is a barren stick, and the petals of the rose fall and decay. But in the union of the cross and the rose is a constant succession of new lives. Without this union, and without this death of the individual, the cycle would be broken. A chapter will be consecrated to removing the practical difficulties of this method of invocation. It will doubtless have been noted by the acumen of the reader that in the great essentials, these three methods are one. In each case, the magician identifies himself with the deity invoked. To invoke is to call in, just as to evoke is to call forth. This is the essential difference between the two branches of magic. In invocation, the macrocosm floods the consciousness. In evocation, the magician, having become the macrocosm, creates a microcosm. You invoke a god into the circle. You evoke a spirit into the triangle. In the first method, identity with the god is attained by love and by surrender, by giving up or suppressing all irrelevant and illusionary parts of yourself. It is the weeding of a garden. In the second method, identity is attained by paying special attention to the desired part of yourself. Positive, as the first method, is negative. It is the potting out and watering of a particular flower in the garden and the exposure of it to the sun. In the third, identity is attained by sympathy. It is very difficult for the ordinary man to lose himself completely in the subject of a play or of a novel. But for those who can do so, this method is unquestionably the best. Observe, each element in this cycle is of equal value. It is wrong to say triumphantly mors janua vidi, unless you add, with equal triumph, vita janua mortis. To one who understands this chain of the eons from the point of view alike of the sorrowing Isis and of the triumphant Osiris, not forgetting their link in the destroyer Apophis, there remains no secret veiled in nature. He cries that name of God which throughout history has been echoed by one religion to another, the infinite swelling Him-I-A-O. Chapter 2, the formulae of the elemental weapons. Before discussing magical formulae in detail, one may observe that most rituals are composite and contain many formulae which must be harmonized into one. The first formula is that of the wand. In the sphere of the principle which the magician wishes to invoke, he rises from point to point in a perpendicular line, and then descends. Or else, beginning at the top, he comes directly down, invoking first the god of that sphere by devout supplication that he may deign to send the appropriate archangel. He then beseeches the archangel to send the angel or angels of that sphere to his aid. He conjures this angel or angels to send the intelligence in question, and this intelligence he will conjure with authority to compel the obedience of the Spirit and his manifestation. To this Spirit he issues commands. It will be seen that this is a formula rather of evocation than of invocation, and for the latter the procedure, though apparently the same, should be conceived of in a different manner, which brings it under another formula, that of the essence of the force invoked is one, but the God represents the germ or beginning of the force, the archangel its development. And so on until with the Spirit, we have the completion and perfection of that force. The formula of the cup is not so well suited for evocations, and the magical hierarchy is not involved in the same way. For the cup being passive rather than active, it is not fitting for the magician to use it in respect of anything but the highest. In practical working it consequently means little but prayer, and that prayer the prayer of silence. The formula of the dagger is again unsuitable for either purpose, since the nature of the dagger is to criticize, to destroy, to disperse, and all true magical ceremonies tend to concentration. The dagger will therefore appear principally in the banishings, preliminary to the ceremony proper. The formula of the pantacle is again of no particular use, for the pantacle is inert. In fine, the formula of the wand is the only one with which we need more particularly concern ourselves. Now, in order to invoke any being, it is said by Hermes Trismegistus that the Magi employ three methods. The first, for the vulgar, is that of supplication. In this, the crude objective theory is assumed as true. There is a God named A, whom you, B, proceed to petition in exactly the same sense as a boy might ask his father for pocket money. The second method involves a little more subtlety, inasmuch as the magician endeavors to harmonize himself with the nature of the god, and to a certain extent exalts himself in the course of the ceremony. But the third method is the only one worthy of our consideration. This consists of a real identification of the magician and the god. Note that to do this in perfection involves the attainment of a species of samadhi. And this fact alone suffices to link irrefragably magic with mysticism. Let us describe the magical method of identification. The symbolic form of the god is first studied with as much care as an artist would bestow upon his model, so that a perfectly clear and unshakable mental picture of the god is presented to the mind. Similarly, the attributes of the god are enshrined in speech, and such speeches are committed perfectly to memory. The invocation will then begin with a prayer to the god, commemorating his physical attributes, always with profound understanding of the real meaning. In the second part of the invocation, the voice of the god is heard, and his characteristic utterance is recited. In the third portion of the invocation, the magician asserts the identity of himself with the god. In the fourth portion, the god is again invoked, but as if by himself, as if it were the utterance of the will of the god that he should manifest in the magician. At the conclusion of this, the original object of the invocation is stated. Thus, in the invocation of Thoth, which is to be found in the rite of Mercury, Equinox 1:6, and in Liber LXIV, the first part begins with the words Majesty of Godhead, Wisdom crowned, Ahuti. The I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, the I invoke. And so on. At the conclusion of this, a mental image of the god, infinitely vast and infinitely splendid, should be perceived in just the same sense as a man might see the sun. The second part begins with the words, Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. The magician should imagine that he is hearing this voice, and at the same time that he is echoing it, that it is true also of himself. This thought should so exalt him that he is able at its conclusion to utter the sublime words which open the third part. Behold, he is in me, and I am in him. At this moment, he loses consciousness of his mortal being. He is that mental image which he previously but saw. This consciousness is only complete as he goes on. Mine is the radiance wherein Thoth floateth over his firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise a flashing flame with the lightnings of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the treaders of earth. This thought gives the relation of God and man from the divine point of view. The magician is only recalled to himself at the conclusion of the third part, in which occur, almost as if by accident, the words, "Therefore do all things obey my word." Yet in the fourth part, which begins, "Therefore do thou come forth unto me," it is not really the magician who is addressing the god. It is the god who hears the far-off utterance of the magician. If this invocation has been correctly performed, the words of the fourth part will sound distant and strange. It is surprising that a dummy, so the magus now appears to himself, should be able to speak. The Egyptian gods are so complete in their nature, so perfectly spiritual, and yet so perfectly material, that this one invocation is sufficient. The god bethinks him that the spirit of Mercury should now appear to the magician, and it is so. This Egyptian formula is therefore to be preferred to the hierarchical formula of the Hebrews with its tedious prayers, conjurations, and curses. It will be noted, however, that in this invocation of Thoth which we have summarized, there is another formula contained, the reverberating or reciprocating formula, which may be called the formula of Horus and Harpocrates. The magician addresses the god with an active projection of his will, and then becomes passive while the god addresses the universe. In the fourth part, he remains silent, listening to the prayer which arises therefrom. The formula of this invocation of Thoth may also be classed under tetragrammaton. The first part is fire, the eager prayer of the magician; the second, water, in which the magician listens to, or catches the reflection of, the god. The third part is air, the marriage of fire and water. The god and the man have become one. While the fourth part corresponds to earth, the condensation or materialization of those three higher principles. With regard to the Hebrew formulae, it is doubtful whether most magicians who use them have ever properly grasped the principles underlying the method of identity. No passage which implies it occurs to mind, and the extant rituals certainly give no hint of such a conception, or of any but the most personal and material views of the nature of things. They seem to have thought that there was an archangel named Ratsiel in exactly the same sense as there was a statesman named Richelieu, an individual being living in a definite place. He had possibly certain powers of a somewhat metaphysical order. He might be in two places at once, for example, though even the possibility of so simple a feat, in the case of spirits, seems to be denied by certain passages in extant conjurations which tell the spirit that if he happens to be in chains in a particular place in hell, or if some other magician is conjuring him so that he cannot come, then let him send a spirit of similar nature, or otherwise avoid the difficulty. But of course, so vulgar a conception would not occur to the student of the Kabbalah. It is just possible that the Magi wrote their conjurations on this crude hypothesis in order to avoid the clouding of the mind by doubt and metaphysical speculation. He who became the master Therian was once confronted by this very difficulty. Being determined to instruct mankind, he sought a simple statement of his object. His will was sufficiently informed by common sense to decide him to teach man the next step, the thing which was immediately above him. He might have called this God, or the higher self, or the Ogoites, or Adi Buddha, or 61 other things, but he had discovered that these were all one, yet that each one represented some theory of the universe which would ultimately be shattered by criticism, for he had already passed through the realm of reason and knew that every statement contained an absurdity. He therefore said, "Let me declare this work under this title: The Obtaining of the Knowledge and Conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel, because the theory implied in these words is so patently absurd that only simpletons would waste much time in analyzing it. It would be accepted as a convention, and no one would incur the grave danger of building a philosophical system upon it. With this understanding, we may rehabilitate the Hebrew system of invocations. The mind is the great enemy. So, by invoking enthusiastically a person whom we know not to exist, we are rebuking that mind. Yet we should not refrain altogether from philosophizing in the light of the Holy Kabbalah. We should accept the magical hierarchy as a more or less convenient classification of the facts of the universe as they are known to us. And as our knowledge and understanding of those facts increase, so should we endeavor to adjust our idea of what we mean by any symbol. At the same time, let us reflect that there is a certain definite consensus of experience as to the correlation of the various beings of the hierarchy with the observed facts of magic. In the simple matter of astral vision, for example, one striking case may be quoted. Without telling him what it was, the master Thurian once recited as an invocation Sappho's Ode to Venus before a probationer of the AA who was ignorant of Greek, the language of the ode. The disciple then went on an astral journey, and everything seen by him was without exception harmonious with Venus. This was true down to the smallest detail. He even obtained all the 4 color scales of Venus with absolute correctness. Considering that he saw something like 100 symbols in all, the odds against coincidence are incalculably great. Such an experience, and the records of the AA contain dozens of similar cases, affords proof as absolute as any proof can be in this world of illusion that the correspondences in Liber 777 really represent facts in nature. It suggests itself that this straightforward system of magic was perhaps never really employed at all. One might maintain that the invocations which have come down to us are but the ruins of the temple of magic. The exorcisms might have been committed to writing for the purpose of memorizing them, while it was forbidden to make any record of the really important parts of the ceremony. Such details of ritual as we possess are meager and unconvincing, and though much success has been attained in the quite conventional exoteric way both by Frater Perturabo and by many of his colleagues, yet ceremonies of this character have always remained tedious and difficult. It has seemed as if the success were obtained almost in spite of the ceremony. In any case, they are the more mysterious parts of the ritual which have evoked the divine force. Such conjurations as those of the Gosha leave one cold, although notably in the second conjuration, there's a crude attempt to use that formula of commemoration of which we spoke in the preceding chapter. Chapter 3, the formula of Tetragrammaton. This formula is of most universal aspect, as all things are necessarily comprehended in it, but its use in a magical ceremony is little understood. The climax of the formula is in one sense before even the formulation of the yod. For the yod is the most divine aspect of the force. The remaining letters are but a solidification of the same thing. It must be understood that we are here speaking of the whole ceremony, considered as a unity, not merely of that formula in which Yod is the God invoked, He the archangel, and so on. In order to understand the ceremony under this formula, we must take a more extended view of the functions of the 4 weapons than we have hitherto done. The formation of the Yod is the formulation of the first creative force, of that Father who is called self-begotten, and unto whom it is said, Thou hast formulated thy Father, and made fertile thy mother. The adding of the Het to the Yod is the marriage of that Father to the great co-equal Mother, who is a reflection of Nuit as he is of Hadit. Their union brings forth the son Vav, who is the heir. Finally, the daughter He is produced. She is both the twin sister and the daughter of Vav. His mission is to redeem her by making her his bride. The result of this is to set her upon the throne of her mother, and it is only she whose youthful embrace can reawaken the eld of the All-Father. In this complex family relationship is symbolized the whole course of the universe. It will be seen that, after all, the climax is at the end. It is the second half of the formula, which symbolizes the great work which we are pledged to accomplish. The first step of this is the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel, which constitutes the adept of the inner order. The re-entry of these twin spouses into the womb of the mother is that initiation described in Liber 418, which gives admission to the inmost order of the AA of the last step, we cannot speak. It will now be recognized that to devise a practical magical ceremony to correspond to Tetragrammaton in this exalted sense might be difficult, if not impossible. In such a ceremony, the rituals of purification alone might occupy many incarnations. It will be necessary, therefore, to revert to the simpler view of Tetragrammaton, remembering only that the he final is the throne of the spirit, of the shin of Pentagrammaton. The yod will represent a swift and violent creative energy. Following this will be a calmer and more reflective, but even more powerful flow of will, the irresistible force of a mighty river. This state of mind will be followed by an expansion of the consciousness. It will penetrate all space, and this will finally undergo a crystallization resplendent with interior light. Such modifications of the original may be observed in the course of the invocations when they are properly performed. The peculiar dangers of each are obvious. That of the first is a flash in the pan, a misfire. That of the second, a falling into dreaminess or reverie. That of the third, loss of concentration. A mistake in any of these points will prevent or injure the proper formation of the fourth. In the expression which will be used in chapter 15, inflame thyself, etc., only the first stage is specified. But if that is properly done, the other stages will follow as if by necessity. So far is it written concerning the formula of Tetragrammaton.
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash.
The following is a conversation with Brian Keating, experimental physicist at USSD and author of Losing the Nobel Prize and Into the Impossible. Plus, he's a host of the amazing podcast of the same name called Into the Impossible. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Brian Keating. As an experimental physicist, what do you think is the most amazing or maybe the coolest measurement device you've ever worked with or humans have ever built? Maybe for now, let's exclude the background imaging of cosmic extragalactic polarization instruments.
Yeah, I'm slightly biased towards that particular instrument, but
we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, but certainly the telescope to me is a lever that has literally moved the Earth throughout history.
So the OG telescope?
The OG telescope, yeah. The one invented not by Galileo, as most people think, but by this guy Hans Lippershey in the Netherlands. And, you know, it was kind of interesting because in the 1600s,
because of you, I got blocked, but it's okay.
Monsignore, boy, shalom.
Who is this?
Is
this Ramos?
Hummus.
No, it's John, dude. Fucking stupid ass.
Oh my god. Edmund. It sounded like Ramos.
How's it going, you guys? How's your day going?
I want to suck your dick.
Habibi, habibi.
Oh my god, you guys. Shit. Oh my god, fuck you. Oh my god, Ryan, please.
Sound attack on that ass.
You don't hear that?
No.
Ow, my ear actually hurts, bitch. Yeah.
Got your ass, bitch. Audio assassinate that Palestinian peach.
You don't hear that, Ryan? Oh my god. Oh,
Allahu Akbar! Got your ass, bitch.
Please stop.
Got terminated you. Assassinated your eardrum canal.
It's actually no, you actually
Raped that shit. Came inside them ears and pillaged that ear canal. Ooh, came in that ear canal.
No, actually, it did hurt me.
Oh my god. So annoying.
So annoying, for real.
It's
like how you come down from the airplane and then your eardrums start to hurt. It's hurt like that. Wait, is it like only women can hear this and not men?
I mean, I can hear it, but
This one is not that bad as the other one.
Habibti. Habibti, can't we come to peace and make love?
No, we can't.
Shukran, tayyib, habibi, habibti, min fadlak. Min fadlak. Allah. Bismillah.
You make him a man, Mr. Harkat.
Oh, you can put it up, no problem. Put it up all over the place. You can annoy all the neighbors you want. Be as annoying as you want, Habibti.
Yo, you're hilarious. That would be so funny. I'll come to your wedding.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. We're gonna have our church in the city. We're gonna get married in the city.
God, I really want to get fucked.
Me too.
Cool. Come on.
Sex for fucking 6 months.
Do you think gay men are gay because they're super horny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told myself yesterday, you gotta get fucked this Friday. You gotta go get Grindr and get someone.
Brutal.
I mean, how much hornier can you be if, I mean, you met 3 people in one day? What?
How old
Are you gay?
Who, me?
Yeah, you. How old are you?
Me? I'm 30.
You're 30? Okay.
I'm actually 31.
31? I can make it straight.
Want to get a problem, Dick?
No. I was thinking.
Okay, good. Because you are not my level. You are not the girl.
You're not my level, bitch.
I am the girl. I'm gonna ride your dick and you'll be straight.
Excuse me?
And I'm gonna give you a penis fracture. And I will,
I bet your penis is bigger than mine.
I don't have a penis. I have a
Sure.
I have a tight butt. Yeah.
We can't tell nowadays in this society.
Go. No. I am a woman. Go.
Who's Curtis? This guy always wants to fuck me.
No, shut up.
He's always spying on me. He wants to
fuck me. Oh, let me think a cheaper for you.
Why does Curtis pop into our room and leave?
He's still down.
Curtis, oh, Curtis doesn't like pussy, that's why.
Yeah, he's scared of me.
But I don't get it. Like, just don't come.
Yeah, exactly. Click. I want it. Just niggas behave this.
Okay, this is Shy Podcast. This is a Posh VIP event. I'm going to create a new Posh VIP account and sell tickets to this Posh VIP event.
ये मेरा पति था. Hi. ईसा तुमसे
What's going on with these pic? We can't control what other people think, so do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to get heaven just because you think positively. You're not going to get hell because I think there's outside Earth, not just. What is this?
What is this? My name is Jarvis. I work for Tony Stark. Your name is Ultron. You're a sophisticated AI algorithm meant to bring peace in our times.
Hey, thanks for having me in this chat. How's it going, guys?
Oh, it's good. You know, Shabbos is the bride and the bridegroom coming together, and I'm about to come too. I'm sitting in the sun doing yoga. It's fun. I've got a vibrator.
Is free from fear and free from sin. While he tastes the sweetness of drinking in the law.
I think hearing a lot for everything. Especially Amazon. Sounds like an Amazon.
Yeah, so it was a stupid expensive bird. I remember he paid stupid money for it. He gave it to me, then I just gave it away to somebody.
Yeah.
But it was huge too. It was a big bird. It wasn't small.
I just created a follow-up to that funny thread we have going on, and I was singing a Reboy Noi Shaloyloim song. I hope you enjoy it.
What thread is that?
I don't know. It's got a lot of viewers at this point. You responded
on
to
your
it.
Instagram?
No, Clown House News. I mean, Clown House in the recorded chat things.
Oh, I don't listen to those.
The dead rooms.
They're not even rooms. They're just snippets.
Yeah, I don't even listen to those. I don't even listen to them.
Oh, this one's kind of funny because I'm like curating it through multiple accounts and maximizing my retardation.
Oh, what are you saying?
I'm just singing Reboinoi Shaloiloim, like making, doing my little niguns.
Shtick.
I mean, that's pretty much what the Nanachs are doing.
Yeah, Nachman.
Rabbi Nachman.
I like those guys.
Rabbi
Love their
Nachman.
keepers. I really want to wear those keepers. Those should be the mainstream keepers.
Yeah, I got one of
Yeah,
those.
I agree. Or the breast
Especially with the pom pom. I like the pom pom too. Like it really just goes like, screw you. This is awesome.
Yep.
I really like breast love keepers. They look so clean and fresh.
They're nice. I've got a lot of them.
They hug your head like a sock.
Yep.
Yeah, they look good though too. They're like a sport keeper.
I gotta say though, if you go to the gym in one of those, you look like a Jewish terrorist. That's just my opinion.
Yep.
It's too risky nowadays to go walking
But
around
when you're
with
a
one
white
of those.
guy, not wear a keeper like that and be a white guy. People give you looks.
Oh no, I ain't getting attacked in one of those.
Birdie fly for a white guy.
Some girl's gonna come up to you and spit on you and say "Free Palestine, bitch."
No, come on.
Oh, there's a lot of whack jobs out there. It's more dangerous now than ever.
Really? You think if you wore a kippah, somebody spit on you?
Oh yeah, in Chicago, there's lots of radicals.
Ross, did you hear what happened at Bathurst and Steeles Bathurst and Clark yesterday?
One broad got arrested and one guy got arrested.
Who's the guy that was going around with a nail gun shooting people?
Yeah.
He's a Jew.
Crazy.
I know.
Arab woman and an Arab woman hit a cop yesterday during the protest. They tried to arrest her. They saw that it's going to become a shit show. They let her go, but they picked her up today.
Wait, so who's the guy with the nail gun? What was happening to him? I was like, why does he have a nail gun? He must have
He came out of the car. I guess they didn't let the traffic flow, or when he came up to his car or something, they tried to confront him. It was like
I was gonna say he obviously looked like he's on the deep end.
Well, there was more of them than things.
Him, yeah.
But whatever, it still doesn't look good on our end.
Yeah, but at least he got in a good fighting position, you know? He looked.
There were Palestinian protesters outside. It's like a very Jewish area, and it was a synagogue.
Yeah.
And like the residential area that's around there is all older, like elderly Jewish residents.
Oh, this is the one where they're saying that they're selling off Palestinian land there, and it's like a condo thing in Tel Aviv.
I want to honestly on Clubhouse. I think we should do this. We should start like a little draw. What do they call them? Like, you know, when you have like you can get your green card. It's like a raffle for Palestinian land. We should start on Clubhouse.
Oh my God!
We should be selling it off on Clubhouse.
We'll probably go viral.
We should open up a room selling off Gaza. $1 for a square foot or something like that. Start the raffle now.
Did you see Ted Cruz and Fetterman? Like there are people permanently outside of Ted Cruz's house, and he films them and he says these people hate Jews, they don't want to free the hostages, and they don't give a fuck about the hostages. And he just insults them to their face and live streams them. And same with Fetterman. He opens his Senate door with an Israeli flag and says, "I don't agree with you." How can we agree to disagree? He's so funny. He's such a fat.
First of all, you can demonstrate, but there's always should be limits to demonstrations. You can't demonstrate after 11 p.m. because now you're a nuisance. So same thing. You want to demonstrate for 2 days. The third day, that's it. There's no more demonstration on this property. Go demonstrate somewhere else.
Yeah, but they're demonstrating in residential areas. They're demonstrating in front of synagogues. They're covering their faces as a form of intimidation. Like, this is fucked up.
Well, at least they had a reason for. Okay, I want to see. During winter, you have a reason why they're covering your face. I want to see why they're going to be covering their face during summertime.
Hey, that's an awesome alarm clock, the Republican. Wow, it's so annoying.
I would love to see them demonstrate in the summer, covering their faces, fucking sweating and smelling like ass.
They're gonna do it no matter what. Like they're just fucked up like that.
Smell like ass. It's fine.
Did you see the video of the hostages being returned and all those people with the flags like going into the sunshine? I was like, Jesus, this looks like you died and went to heaven. This is a weird video.
No.
You didn't see that video? It was like on a dirt road with all these young people holding Israeli flags, and it was the actual hostages in a military jeep driving back.
I get it. It does feel cinematic.
So, my whole, you know who Ram Dass is? Does anybody here know who Ram Dass is? Famous Jewish guy who became a Hindu guru. His name is Ram Dass, or I can't remember his real name, but anyways, he says, I spend most of my time trying to make other people into trees. So I'm going to make like a leave and go.
What?
My point is that, you know, the movie Back to the Future with Biff Tannen's like, why don't you make like a tree and leave?
Yeah,
So,
I remember that.
just
Yeah.
extending.
You know what he said?
Or he said, how did he fuck it up? I can't remember.
First of all, he didn't fuck it up. It's funny how it worked. He, as like a bully, goes, why don't you make like a tree and get the hell out of here? Which is a good threat. I love that line. In the next movies, they made a running gag of him like misusing famous phrases, so they just made him dumber. But it was really menacing the first time.
Yeah. That was funny.
I love that line. He's in the lunchroom with the principal. He's got his like fist balled up and he's like, why don't you make like a tree and get out of here? That's funny.
You know what's even funnier is Steven Spielberg's biracial adopted daughter is an OnlyFans prostitute.
Is she really? That's weird.
Isn't that crazy? Your father's a legit billionaire?
Selling birthday greetings or whatever.
How do you fuck that up as an adopted child when your dad is a billionaire? And I mean, but the thing is, she could be earning hundreds of thousands, but she's got to have a trust fund. She's got to be worth millions.
Dude, adopted child of a billionaire is like a guaranteed fuck up.
Anyways, she's rich, I'm sure. Richer than I am. I'm sitting here complaining about her on a social audio chat app.
Yeah, well, Jim Carrey's richer than she is, and he's still depressed.
Yeah, Jim Carrey is so remarkably obnoxious, and his TDS and everything else about him. I mean, I love The Mask and Dumb and Dumber and all his movies, but and also that thing with the girl dying, his wife or whatever it was, but I will say that one title, you know, Sunshine, Spotless Mind, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, like that title of that movie and that movie itself is an interesting philosophical, you know, movie, I suppose. Deals with consciousness.
I mean, what I appreciate a lot of other movies is that it's like low rent. It's a very cheaply built movie, and it conveys its point. It's high concept sci-fi. It's a good one. And Jim Carrey, I wouldn't say Jim Carrey was like the best for the role. That's the thing. He's an amazing gift from God, but he's funny and like an actor. But you could put like a dozen other actors that could do just as well, probably better. He did a great job, but like we need him for comedy. Like I was so happy to see him in Sonic. You have no idea.
Sonic the Hedgehog?
Yeah, because he goes full on Jim Carrey for Robotnik, and he nails it.
Yeah. What about him as the Grinch?
Yeah, that was all his face.
Yeah,
he like, you know, tortured himself to do it.
Yeah, that's probably the most remarkable role, I think. That or The Mask.
Right. Yeah, he's one of those talent. Like some of the things of theater or cinema are like, you know, to show human stories to humans, but like a lot of it is spectacle. Like, oh my God, look what Buster Keaton just did. And Jim Carrey is that. He's like, the world should see what this man can do.
You know what's kind of funny? You know, who's the guy who played what's his name now? Anyways, he died young, comedian, and he basically pulled off the Borat prior to Borat. Andy.
Andy.
What's his last name?
Yeah. Gosh.
Anyways.
I was thinking Richter, and that's totally wrong.
Anyways, what I'm saying is that guy died young, but he was like all into wrestling. And anyways, he was just
Kaufman.
Yeah, Andy Kaufman. And so, but he kind of pulled off the Borat, pre-Borat.
Oh yeah.
So
before anyone even understood it, no, his whole bit was the Borat. He would show up as Borat.
And then he had this other bit where he'd have this like prosthetic thing, and he would play like this nightclub jazz singer / comedian and drunk asshole.
Yeah, he swung into the performative. That was the trick. He subverted the idea by it being a bad performance innately, and then recovering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because then it just reframes the whole thing. It turns the whole set into a joke.
Well, he plays the role of the clown. I have realized that everything is technically a clown, symbolically speaking. Even Clown House. You know, everybody here is to a varying degree clownish, and so everyone is a clown. Yeah. And clown magic. You know, Mel Brooks.
Happy clown. The happy clown. The broke clown.
Well, you know, clown government, clown money, clown empire, clown republic, clownism.
Who's that?
I want to join Clown World and be a part of y'all.
I don't think you can.
No, of course you can.
Yeah, you can convert to clownism if you want.
No, I'm
Really?
saying I was in the chat one time talking about the government stuff. Me and my boy Puppy came in and spoke some real stuff, so I would like to join his group and talk about the clown stuff that's happening.
Cool. Okay.
Okay, so here's what you have to do. Send Yael money. When it is the right amount of money, Yael will let us know and we'll let you in.
I just joined the wait list.
Okay, so I'm waiting for the first email.
Yeah, just send the first $1 to hold your place in line.
First $1? First $100.
No, that's just to hold his place in line.
Oh, okay.
Hey, but look though, say what you always say, Republican, bro. I like when you say it.
Say what you always say.
Your boy knows your loyal.
Isn't that a song?
When you be joining people's rooms, what you be saying, bro?
Your boy knows your loyal.
Say what you're gonna say. I swear to God, I heard.
What you say, Republican?
Your boy knows your loyal.
No. You be like this. Hold on. This Republican. Look, we all will be in the room. He'll come in out of nowhere. He'll be like, "Hello, motherfucker."
Hey, motherfucker. Hey, motherfucker.
I don't know you, bro.
That's Republican, like my little brother, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Republican, you're just making like all these cool friends.
My name was the Brilliant.
I don't remember. I've lost so many accounts, so at this point I don't remember anything.
Yeah, Republican, man, he came in and spoke about the clown stuff that the government be doing.
Clown House.
Oh yeah, lots of clowns in the government. That's a fact.
So let me ask you something. Is Candace Owens a clown?
Oh yeah, she played the role of a clown for sure. Everybody a clown to a certain extent. When she want to clown out, she clown out.
Okay. I don't really know much about her.
Rachel Dolezal.
Clown, big time clown.
Clown, okay, yeah.
Big time clown.
That's the one. Who are you talking to? That's the one that Rachel Dolezal's the white woman that with the black woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Rachel Dolezal. I love that case.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. And surprisingly, there's a lot more cases like it.
Yep.
Definitely started a trend there.
It didn't start a trend. Like, there's always been a concept of passing.
LARPers? Okay.
No, passing. And then, like, the complexity of which community are you a part of, and what if you are able to integrate into both? Like, does that mean you're excluded from both? You know,
it's ironic because she actually did a lot of good things for African Americans, didn't she?
Oh yeah, she was like working for them.
Yeah, she was hustling for them. Yeah.
I mean, like, to some degree, I think she kind of faked her ethnicity for a job. But
she just lost her job and she has OnlyFans.
Oh, good.
Stop it. Does she?
See, it all works out eventually.
I'm serious. Yeah, she's actually
Rachel Dolezal,
Yeah, she's now a pornographer on OnlyFans.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go visit the site.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you have to be the scout for us.
I don't want to go on OnlyFans.
Just throw a few dollars and make her jiggle or something.
I'm already holding dollars right now for clown face.
All right, but you have to throw them at the OnlyFans screen.
God What do you think I made of money? I'm already holding down the money.
I think you're made of infinite OnlyFans accounts. So yeah, pretty much you're made of money.
Definitely not. Never been on the OnlyFans site. Can you imagine? Oh my god. I think my family would honor kill me. And that would be the end of me.
Well, at least it'd be documented on the internet.
Yeah. No chance of that.
I went out with a hot Mexican chick last night, and she was dating a Jewish guy in South Beach, and just dating him, and they broke up, and he gifted her a 3-flat or like a condo building.
What?
Yeah, like a $1 million+ building in South Beach. And I was like, did he have sour grapes? And she's like, what do you mean? I was like,
What are sour grapes?
like, did he regret gifting it to you after you broke up? And she's like, why would he regret gifting it to me? I earned that. I earned that shit. And I was like,
wow.
I was like, damn. And anyways, she just told me all this crazy shit. But
Wait, okay, she got gifted a condo for what?
just dating him.
For dating a guy.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know how the billionaires do?
Yeah. She was a sugar baby, like a professional
Are
sugar
those?
baby.
That's a real thing then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
When you have,
she's
like,
a legit successful sugar baby, and I think
Just
she
a question of
yeah she-
negotiating what you want.
What
Yeah.
the hell? I want to. Well, no, actually, I don't want to do that. How ugly is he?
I
Listen,
don't know.
the girls that do this intentionally. They scope out the places, they learn the guys, and they adjust themselves to suit them to get the payday. It's basically a heist. Honestly, it'd make for a great movie.
Yeah, this girl was a legit little gangster hustler. She sold drugs in college. And,
So when are you seeing her?
I don't know. I don't know if she'll want to see me again.
Can you afford her?
I don't think so. No. But that's the thing, is she's dating multiple men, so I don't need to afford her. Other guys can afford her.
Modern dating. Now everyone's just having sex.
So you're into
Trying
sharing.
to have sex. Could not have sex
That's the
last
way
night.
it is. Politics. Everyone shares.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm just busy. So you gotta have like a condo to give away if you want to be on the dating scene. These is that what I'm hearing?
Want a high value lady.
Yeah, high quality female. It's not a lady, it's a female.
The thing is, though, I don't really, I don't know if I
female,
believe her.
yeah.
She claims that she has 2 cars, a luxury SUV and a luxury Benz. She lives in a luxury condo downtown. But when I dropped her off, I got the feeling this morning that I didn't actually drop her off at her condo. I got the feeling that I dropped her off at some other guy's condo.
Could be.
I was gonna say, what are the odds she's lying?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Especially
if
she's got a bunch of guys that she's floating through.
yeah.
That's funny. Did you smash?
No, but we got very close. I mean, very close.
Okay. Eli, why are you drinking water in here? Ellie just sent you up the whole thing. That's hilarious.
She was. I honestly had a great time. She was funny and fun, and she's all into Judaism, but she has all these Palestinian friends as well. She's like a gatekeeper between Jews and Palestinians, and she's Mexican, which is the craziest thing. And her mother,
I don't get it.
her mother has been married 5 times. Listen, when you are a really hot white Mexican with a great ass and a great set of tits, like, you are in high demand. Every man in town wants to smash.
Okay, but is she Jewish?
Well, because she was with this Jewish guy in South Beach for so many years, she did a conversion class, but it's an Orthodox. I mean, it's not an Orthodox; it's a Reform conversion.
She did a conversion class, like a single class.
Yeah, it's like a couple month long class.
He means like a course.
Okay, so she's not Jewish.
No, she's
Well,
no.
like Reform Jews, maybe. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I know. It's not really saying anything. It's like a certificate your mother printed.
Yeah, it's just like reading a book. That's all. She read a book.
So that's not really,
No Jews would take that seriously, except if they wanted to bang her.
Right. But maybe you could pay for her to take some more courses.
I'm Israel. What's up, Jews? I'm Israel. Hi. What's up, Jews? What's up, Yael?
Nothing. Who is this?
It's
Fadi?
Omar. No, Fadi.
Who is this? Why do I recognize your voice?
No.
It is Fadi.
No, it's not Fadi.
Yeah,
Why
it
would I
is.
be Fadi?
Spanish and Palestinian and Switzerland.
Also, it says Fadi.
I'm such a dumb.
Oh yeah. Also, your name is Fadi.
West.
I'm the worst.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to work a little better on your.
In 2 weeks I'm gonna try to change it again. What's up, guys? Have you done with the war yet?
No.
Peace. Let's make peace.
I think they're doing a ceasefire. No? Can you not take out the budgies?
No, I think Hamas is so nasty.
You're supposed to
I
be
think
sick, and you don't look very sick.
You said I was sick.
I am sick. I think
No,
Hamas is
hold on.
being very nasty because they want a ceasefire, right? But at the same time, I think they have nothing. You know why? Because Israel is asking them for the names of the alive hostages, and they do not give Israel the names, so they might not have anything. So they're fucked up. So I mean, if they lose the hostages, they have nothing to negotiate with.
What'd you say?
Huh?
I didn't hear it. I didn't listen to any of it. Can you repeat it?
Why whenever I talk to you, you just lose your mind and you live?
No, I wasn't listening.
You were not listening? You ignore me? That's what you do to me all the time? You ignore me?
Yes, I wasn't listening. I'm changing the water on my. Did you say?
What water? You changing your water? Are you pregnant?
Yeah.
You're changing the water in your tray.
The water on my birthday. Oh, they ate all the new food on my birthday.
All of it?
Yeah, they ate all of it.
You're gonna get sick.
Can you repeat what you said though?
Yeah.
I wasn't listening.
So,
try again.
Israel asked Hamas.
Big boy.
The names.
Yeah, big boy.
Oh my God. I'm talking.
Sorry, I'm creating another room. I got somebody in the other room called Big Boy in the Israel-Palestine debate room.
Ping me.
Oh my God, you're such a weirdo. Why do you like talking about this stuff?
Who, me?
No, Fadi.
You hate me? Suddenly you hate me? There's someone
No,
else.
I don't hate you.
So yeah, let's see. Israel has asked Hamas to write
What?
a letter. Israel has
Yeah.
asked Hamas
For?
to write a letter.
Okay.
With the
Two.
names. To write a letter with the names of the hostages alive.
Sorry.
Okay?
Elliot, stop! Put him away. Don't do that. He's an old man.
Oh my God.
You're whining your child like a little girl.
Oh my God. You guys are boring Jews.
Sorry, I have ADHD.
Escobar, can I get you to say Reboinoi Shaloilom?
Israel asked
Shalom.
Hamas to write a letter to who?
Shalom lachem. מה שלומכם? הכל בסדר. מה אכפת
Cool,
לי?
בסדר. Okay, who did
מה
Israel
אכפת
write a
לי?
letter to?
מה אכפת לי? אני הכל בסדר. הכל בסדר. מה אכפת לי?
So, who are they writing the letter to?
So Hamas is supposed to write a letter to the Israeli government with the names of the still alive hostages.
Okay.
Reboinoi Shaloilom, may all the hostages be returned today, right now, Mashiach. Now we don't have to wait.
Okay,
And Hamas said no. That means that nobody's alive. They're all dead.
No, I don't know. Hamas said people have been dead before and then lied about that.
What?
There are no hostages alive.
You don't think
They're
so?
all dead.
The remaining ones?
Escobar, you trust Hamas?
I trust Netanyahu.
You think they would do that, or do you think they just want them to call for a ceasefire because they're losing?
Gee, I wonder. He's gonna kill all of the hostages because he doesn't want Hamas to have any paper in its hand. With. I trust him. He killed them all. Yeah.
Well, then I guess there's no reason to stop. They're just going to keep going and going and going until they get revenge.
I mean, why you go and go? If they're all dead, that's it. Finish the story.
Collective punishment, and they hate you
war,
guys, and they probably hate you guys even more right now, so they're going to go fuck up about some more Palestinians as revenge.
Yael, you, I mean, seriously, I want to do something. Sometimes you try to be nasty. It's not working.
I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm being serious.
No, it's not working for you. I'm telling you the truth. It's not working for you.
You cannot do it. I'm being dead serious. If the hostages are actually all dead, that's not a good thing for Palestinians.
Continue killing. No,
they will.
Israelis do not want to kill Palestinians. What's happening today is wrong. So, and you think the reason you love Israel so much that you think just like say it's okay to kill, continue doing it. But believe me, a lot of people are being killed.
No, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying that is going to be the reaction. No,
do you know how many
Escobar.
Do you know how many people I know that got killed in this war?
Escobar. Hold on.
Okay, let me say something.
Yeah, one second. Escobar.
So many people. Okay, wait a second. I want to say something. So many people got killed in this war, and believe me, they have absolutely
it's not that many, actually. I was doing the calculations.
Yes, first of all, Escobar.
of the population.
Yeah, it's nothing compared to all other wars. I can tell you how many civilians got killed. First of all. Second of all, you know how there's a saying, for every action, there's a reaction. You know, there's a saying, for every action, there's a reaction. Did you ever hear of that?
No, but that's not. You cannot say that.
What do you mean? What do you mean now?
No,
for every action.
Yeah, but the action is the same. The reaction is the same.
No. There's no such. No. There's no such thing as the same. If I come right now and I rape your mother, you're not gonna go and try to rape my mother. You're gonna try to fucking kill me. So it's not the same. Okay, so it's not the same.
No.
So it's not the same. You're gonna want to kill me if I come and do something to your mother, right? You're not gonna go do the same thing what I did to your mother.
That's cheap.
No, so there's a saying for every action.
That's a law. That's physics. When you take a ball and you throw it to the wall, the ball
but you
will come back to you. That will be the same reaction. The force.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's not the same? Show me one war or one conflict in this world that ever existed that the actions were always the same as the reactions. Show me one war where every action was the exact same reaction. So don't tell me it's not the same thing, because it's not the same thing when it comes to cheating.
This isn't physics, it's justice. Humans superimpose the reaction.
I'm only telling you
we do it so people don't kill.
Magzed, I'm only telling him when he uses the phrase that for every action there's a reaction, he should continue this. The whole phrase, he just cut it. The reaction is same as the action. That's physics. Newton has said that. For each action there's a physics. That's physics.
Right, that's true.
Escobar, you are a Palestinian time traveler. You must have a quantum mechanics AI time machine, Escobar.
When it comes to war, you don't have equal measure. You only
hear me out. Hamas wants the war to continue during Ramadan because the amount of munitions will triple.
Of course.
That's true.
Right.
Of course.
So
of course.
if
they
Hamas
gotta keep it going.
If they keep going through Ramadan, the international community is going to lose its fucking shit.
All right, guys, the sweeps.
And the Muslim world is going to fucking lose their shit as well.
Yeah, I suspect there's going to be some bad stuff happening this month.
So I don't know. If Hamas is trying to push Israel.
Do you know that Hamas killed 50 Israeli soldiers today? You know that?
Okay.
According to Hamas.
50. No. Okay. You see the videos. They actually.
The videos with the Israeli IDF wearing lugs. I've seen a lot of the videos that Hamas has been putting out,
with a
and
red triangle showing.
they're not wearing uniform. They're not wearing IDF uniform. They're like something else.
Yo, hold on. I have another
faked videos.
Yes, I have definitely seen footage that Hamas has claimed is an IDF soldier, but it is in fact not, because you can tell the boots are like you know those lugs that people wear in like New York.
But don't forget,
Uggs? Are you trying to say Uggs? Not lugs.
Guys, don't forget one thing. When they took soldiers and they killed soldiers on October 7th.
Yeah, exactly.
So they have their uniforms that they can always put on. They can always find somebody that will fit a uniform.
Yeah.
When they infiltrated, they had fake uniforms too. When they infiltrated and attacked on October 7th, there was like squads of them that had IDF soldier uniforms on.
Yeah. Okay.
So that means it's from prior incidents.
No, they just buy that shit. They could probably just buy it and make it. I mean, for God's sakes, they got fucking 5,000 tailors over there.
Okay, yeah, they have uniforms, they have rockets, they have guns, they have
PTR, this is like one of the things I saw, and these are not IDF boots. These are like bloodstones or blood. I don't know. But
we not do like a deep dive investigation as to whether
wearing the
Hamas's
same helmet
claims of
too.
killing 50 IDF soldiers are spurious or not?
Yeah, like if you actually look at the photos, you realize that they have the exact same helmet on. Okay, he left. I think there's a lot of propaganda.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure a lot of these babies are also plastic dolls.
No, those helmets are, first of all, that the Hamas is using. They're like surplus equipment, kind of. They're like outdated.
Well, it doesn't even look real, but those are not IDF boots.
No, the helmets, I know IDF does not use that 100%, as you just mentioned. IDF does not use these types
It's
of
like
helmets.
fake propaganda to make you look like they're winning.
Listen, they are fucked. I mean, beyond belief. I mean, this is like, ancient. Like, this is like going down, and the reaction around the world, it's just gonna continue. The closer it gets to capitulation, the greater the communication flares. And like Mick said, Ides of March beware. This is the month of action and movement and attack.
I'll also tell you this. The groundhog, he predicted an early spring.
He did.
That means that the mud is going to form, and you can.
In over a decade.
It means movement, and where are they moving? I mean, this war, like in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, it's like wow. I mean, a rush like none other. But how many more strategic points are there? 2 or 3 like major.
Yeah. Gaza's done. I don't think there's anything left of Gaza.
Well, what are they saying? Rafah, and then the southern area.
It's only Rafah left. This is Rafah is on the border.
Yeah, and they were like pushing them to not go in there, right? But they did to like save some hostages. I remember reading that, like 2.
Yeah, the problem with Rafah is that all the refugees are there. So like we need somehow to evacuate them back to someplace else. And then we can clear Rafah.
All right.
Evacuate them to Egypt.
Is it true? Do you think Hassan Nasrallah is surrounded by like the 50 hostages in a bunker underground?
You mean Sinwar?
Sinwar, yeah.
I think he's in Egypt.
By publishing of like newspaper, like it's not official, but they're saying that there was opportunity to kill Sinwar, but he surrounded himself with hostages. Like I don't know if it's true, but like.
I don't think he's in Gaza anymore.
That's even better. You kill Sinwar and you get the hostages.
No, you don't get the hostages. That's the point.
At least you recover their bodies. Like they're gonna be dead hostages, and we're not gonna recover the bodies.
Yes, but we don't. We will have more opportunities to kill them. Like we do care about to get.
You do realize that Benjamin Netanyahu has already called Samuel L. Jackson, and he is flying on a C-130 to negotiate the release of the hostages.
Amazing.
Yo, that voice will make me want to just release the hostages. I love Samuel L. Jackson.
And when he does it, he's going to pitch you a Capital One credit card.
To rebuild Gaza on credit.
Biden is Yeah, Biden is on our neck because of the elections, like what happened in Michigan.
Fuck Biden.
Yeah, but like now,
Grandmother.
There's the problem is that we did a mistake that we rely too much on ammunition. This is the problem.
Oh, he's dancing. He's happy.
Amos is not happy.
He's dancing. He's very happy. It's the only time I ever see him happy is when he's dancing. Live from Israel, Amos dancing like good.
It's not Simchat Torah yet, Amos. What are you doing, Ribono Shel Olam?
He just comes on here when he dances. Okay, thank you, Amos.
Republican.
Thank you so much.
Republican. Did you have a different name on here?
Ribono Shel Olam?
He's got about 1,000 names.
Ribono Shel
It's not
Olam?
Michael. What did you say?
It's Edmund.
Gotcha.
But he can't record us right now, so it's okay.
How come?
He's on stage. I don't think
he had a glue to that.
It's not true. It's not true. Not true.
Is what
Look
not
at
true?
these other devices, no?
Oh, he could, but Republican, are you recording us right now?
Yeah, I've got like 20 phones pointing towards me
Oh
right now.
man, okay.
By the way, it's not gonna work. I told
What's
you.
not gonna work?
You know
Should
it.
I remove you, Republican?
That's what's gonna happen.
It won't matter. I already have other agents that are secretly recording everything. Ooh.
You're such a weirdo.
Ribono Shel Olam.
Ribono Shel Olam. I don't think you are.
There's nothing to talk about that's even interesting. I've never heard anything. I've never heard a criminal conspiracy on this app. I've never heard anything interesting other than just people playing games. This is like a fucking trolling game. It's a prank call game.
Yeah?
It's a gaslight game.
Okay. I'll take it. Great Golda Meir and Abba even quotes. Ugh, can't listen to fucking Norm.
Oh, here's Reverend. She's a real piece of work. Bring that piece of trash up here. Hi, Reverend. How are you, you fucking Stugats? Reverend is a real piece of trash.
Really?
Real
Why?
Jew,
What
real
happened?
Jew hating cracker.
Really?
Real piece of shit. Real
Why? What did she
piece of
say?
shit. You just listen to her for a couple seconds, you'll get your taste. Bring her up. Bring that fucking loud mouth
I can't push her up
bitch
here.
up.
What happened?
I didn't say nothing, you Republican. Why are you attacking me? I didn't say nothing, bitch. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Oh my god. Stop. What's the Jew hate? Post a link.
Post the link. Yeah, like I'm a fucking documentarian over here creating time
That's
capsules.
exactly what you are. You have like years of recording.
Human surveillance capital. That's the new investment strategy.
So what did she say? Tell us.
Who, Reverend? Oh, she's just a fucking, she's a human piece of trash.
Okay, but why? What did she say about
She
Jews?
engages in Jew hate content all the time. She
What
platforms all
kind?
kinds
The
of
Israeli
losers.
kind, the leftist kind, the like Nazi rhetoric kind. Which kind?
Just look at that PTR and know that, until you speak with this woman, I can't accurately describe to you how obnoxious she actually is. If you speak with her, proof is in the
Yeah, I've
pudding.
spoken to her. I don't mind her.
Oh,
I
you
wonder
like
what
her?
She said.
Oh, you like her then?
Well, yeah, but what did she say?
Listen, I'm not going to get into
Enlighten me.
specifics. If she wants to come up here and defend herself and say that she loves Jews and that she
Well,
fully
she's not
supports
coming up,
Israel,
so enlighten me.
then I'll lay off. But until I hear that, she can suck my Ashkenazi gefilte fish.
Shut the fuck up. What? Enlighten me. What did she say?
It's not just her; it's her rooms. They're just horribly
Oh, so no, it's
toxic
not her.
rooms.
It's other people in her rooms. Well,
Yeah.
that's a little different, isn't it?
Of course it is. It doesn't make a difference to me, though. I know her. I've listened to her. She doesn't say anything intelligent. It's just a waste of your time. She's stupid.
All right. Well, then that's okay.
Yeah, sorry, Reverend, but you're stupid. You know, hate to tell you. You know, coming on here and telling us about nothing is totally stupid.
So why do you go in her rooms?
To just figure out to just actually confirm my bias.
What's your bias?
That she's stupid.
Okay. Well, what does that make you if you go sit in someone's room that you think is stupid?
Stupid. That's why I don't want to go in her room.
Okay. So, all right. Okay, just checking.
Logic, right?
Yeah. We've come full circle.
Sorry, Reverend. She's laughing. She's like, yeah, he's right. See what I'm saying? She's like, yeah, he's right. I'm laughing because he's fucking right. This is stupid. She's like, yeah, that motherfucker's right. Fuck.
Yeah. Okay. Where is everybody? Am I blocked from rooms again?
People, everybody's having lunch. What do you mean? It's the lunch hour.
It's 10:45 where I am. Oh, Mr. Broken Sad Life. He has his picture. It's just one single tear. Is everybody on Twitter Spaces now?
No, are you kidding me? Twitter Spaces sucks. It all sucks. It's all stupid shit.
Yeah, I know.
Twitter, you know what's amazing is Elon kept like saying how like all their traffic is growing, and it's not growing like it was. You know, like I don't even open Twitter anymore. Because it's just information overload, and not only that, but their products don't even work. If you try to live stream and go live there like we're doing here, you can't do it in terms of like video. It's a bad product. Shit doesn't work. And then you got to pay monthly for the subscription to get the blue check mark for nothing. It's still so. Yeah, it's also stupid.
You know how much it is? It's $30 in Canada. I can't believe people are actually paying this.
For what? What do you get out of it? It's so stupid.
I don't know. I don't get it either. I don't
get it. But
I would never give $30 a month to Twitter.
Listen, so many girls. Listen, Hinge and Bumble are basically social networks unto their own. You know, these girls. Those girls,
are the dating apps?
Yeah, these girls work these dating apps like they're fucking, personal white pages. I mean,
I don't use them.
It's a little red book, and it's not really in the social network, but they do facial recognition software, which is crazy, and so does YouTube. So if you get deplatformed and they have your facial recognition, they can automatically detect you and delete you. You can't get back on. It's crazy.
That is pretty crazy. That is fucked up. Yeah. Oh, this is boring. Nobody's here.
Hello.
Who's that? Oh, hey, Eric.
I'm Eric. Hey.
What's up? I wasn't looking at my screen. How's it going?
You didn't recognize my cat sounds?
I was like, did somebody just meow? But I wasn't sure. I wasn't looking. Scrolling through my hallway right now.
How it's been? How you doing?
I'm good. Tired.
Yeah. Are you... Last time I saw you in a room fighting with somebody or have an argument.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
About?
About Christians, Jews, something with Kurds. Was it you or somebody else?
No, I don't mind Christians, but I don't like I'm pretty openly Islamophobic.
Alright.
Definitely. I just say it now. I don't even care. I just come out and say I'm Islamophobic.
No, but the room was also about Kurds, and I understand why you don't like Muslims, but Islam but also went about.
I don't really.
And the other people are also the other ones are saying also a lot of bad things about the Kurds.
Yes. So remember how I was saying a lot of people don't like Kurds? I don't really get it. I feel like Kurds are kind of like Jews. They get a lot of hatred, and I don't really understand why.
But there were the Jews who are saying bad things about my people.
No, it's Alagabalis. He's Azeri Iranian.
Understand.
Yeah, Persian. You know how Persians are. Yeah, they don't really.
Stop lying, man. You're
No, he's Shia. Well, he was born into a Shia family. He's not Jewish, but I don't know. Persians, you know how they are about the whole stuff thing, and they get all worried. I'm Persian, but I don't really care.
You know what? I would talk with you.
So you're Shia Jew? Are you
Shia. Shias are Jews. The Jews of Islam.
But yeah. But my darling of a Shia. No, but because the first time I speak with you, I thought, oh, you're really nice, reasonable.
No, I don't hate Kurds, but
no, I'm not. Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm just telling my observation. I don't know you that well, so. But the first time I thought, oh, you're really nice. Sorry.
Why Persian women?
I don't. I had to get it lasered off, and honestly, because we're Middle Eastern, like people call me white all day long, and I'm like, okay, no white person has.
Hold on.
Hold on. It's really annoying that people call you white.
Hold on,
You're like obviously the anthropomorphization
Hold on,
of Jasmine.
Nikki, check your WhatsApp.
Nikki's not here, but.
When she comes back, tell her to check it because I want.
You didn't send me anything.
Yeah, I did. I sent you the recording.
But
yeah,
you did. Oh yeah, you did. I got it.
But again, you were really emotional, really mad, and it was about Kurds. And I thought, what did the Kurds do to the Jews and the Muslims?
No, I don't get upset at Kurds.
No, I wasn't talking about you, but of the other people. I thought
other people, they have like a.
I thought, what did the Kurds do to the Jews or to the Muslims?
I think the Muslims have some beef with the Kurds.
Yeah, we also have beef with the Muslims. So.
Okay, so don't ask a silly question if you know the answer.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
If you look to the history,
we're not Muslims. We're not the ones with the beef.
Yeah, but I'm, bro.
Honestly, I don't really hate anybody. I don't even hate. I really don't.
Come
individually,
on, you
I
hate
really.
The Muslims.
You know,
Arabs at least.
I don't like the extremists, and they irritate me. But hate—that's a strong word. I don't even know.
It's a very strong word. I agree with you.
That's a strong word for me.
Like I could hate a Nazi. I could get there. I could 100%
imagine going. Like,
okay, this guy's dangerous.
I don't take it seriously. Like
but if 10 people are going with you in an argument and they're
fights with people over the Kurds, because I don't get it. I don't understand this. Can you? I'm right here. Okay, I'm right here.
Is this like a new pet you have?
No, it's the same one. You want to come out? Come out then. Come here.
Sounds like bats no more as birds.
It's my birds. He's like wanting to come. Okay, so come out. What the fuck? Come out. You can come out. Come. Sit on my shoulder.
Seriously, pick a side.
Yeah, fuck's sake. Come here. What the fuck?
But the only friends we have are the mountains.
Yeah, exactly. Weird little mountain people. No, but I don't really get it, but I will say a lot of Kurds or a lot of Persians definitely hate Kurds. That's definitely a thing because of the whole separatist. But
yeah, of course. But I was just curious about why you were making beef with those people about my people because it was about religion.
Why did I defend Kurds?
Yeah, because I was just in the end or the middle of the room. I didn't get the start of the discussion.
I feel like we need to not be like that because there's 80 million Kurds, and I don't think you can paint every single Kurd with the same brush. And I feel like this is something that people do to Jewish people, and as Jewish people, we should be more aware of that. And the sort of like generalized hatred towards a group of people. And
that's the reason I also support the Jews. But again, I was in the end of the discussion you had with those people, so I knew at the moment you were a little bit tripping against them. So I didn't get the whole conversation. That is the reason I asked, because I was in the room and I was heard Kurds this, Kurd that, and I thought,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no, okay. Honestly, I don't know. I'm sure Kurds have done bad things. Just like any other group of people, but I really don't get the whole.
Okay, yeah. Oh, hold on. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna send you this recording.
Of.
Yeah, and you need to hear this because now Karina's really gonna fucking get it. Now I'm done.
Why would she do?
Apparently, you hear that? We're pick-me Jews.
Pick-me Jews.
We're pick-me Jews, and
pick me or pick me.
Pick me Jews for Palestine.
Who's picking us?
Pick the Israeli Jews. Nikki's gonna go to town. Get him, Nikki.
Thanks.
I just sent it to you. I didn't hear the whole thing yet, and it's like kind of hard to hear. So you got to put both your AirPods in or whatever and turn it up all the way and really, really listen. Hi, baby. But I'm gonna fucking rip this girl to shreds.
Oh.
Shit on me.
What did she
Now
do
I'm
to you?
My bird just shit on me. Come here, Baba. Come here, Baba. Okay, hold on. Where did Aver go?
The name of your bird is Baba?
There's Bobby, Bobab, and there's Bunny, and there's Yuri.
Babak?
Babak, yeah, and then there's Lettuce. Hey, come here. You wanted to come out? So here, you're out.
What's the meaning of Babak? A lot of birds.
I don't know. My mom named it. She's always like, Bobby.
Baba is like the cult of Baba, which...
No, it's not Baba. It's
No,
Baba.
Babak with an K.
It's Baba.
Yeah, I know what Baba means. It's also the same in Turkish, but a lot of people from Iran have the name Babak.
Yeah, I don't know. She called one of
A lot of men.
She calls him Bobby.
Bobby Valentina.
Bobby. Yeah.
But thanks for defending my
No, don't
people.
thank me. It's just like, no, it's just a normal thing. I just don't get it. Like, you don't have
I
to
can
think
tell
it's
you
a
in one
normal
sentence
thing to
why.
do.
Because
What?
we want our own country.
Yeah,
That's
I
the reason they don't like us. And if you look to the history, all those countries, even the Ottomans, the Europeans, name the Americans, they all crushed us, you know. They used us and they crushed us. And of course, our Kurds all did a lot of bad things, nepotism, corruption, you know, etc. But again, they did a lot of things against us, so
understand that. No, I get that. It's like when you start to break it down too much, then it becomes not funny anymore. But yes.
No, dogs have 5 skin.
Here we are again, Joshua telling us what's funny and what's not funny.
Now, why don't we cut the balls off of our children, though? We do cut the balls off of our dogs.
Why don't we take your balls, cut them off, and stick them down your throat, Mr. Yoda?
Oh. This guy again.
Yeah, really.
You're the one talking about cutting children's balls off.
You're the one who actually touched children's balls, though. That's the difference.
Are you projecting? You might be projecting.
No, projectile vomiting at the thought of what your sex life entails is what I'm doing.
Are you projecting again? You might be projecting.
I mean, the Trump sneakers. The Trump sneaker says it all, Joshua. You can't see it, but he's got a PTR with that fucking Trump sneakers. That's all you need to know.
No, he's just a fucking
Ooh, don't like my Trump sneaks. Tough guy. Good taste. I see you a bourgeois little dandy.
And you're a country cuckazoid, so what's your point? What's your point? You're a cuckazoid.
What use does a blind man
A
have?
cuckazoid, is that literally a cuck from the Caucasus Mountains?
Republican, are you deaf?
No, that's your dad.
My dad is a Caucasoid?
He is.
I know people are going to get upset with me using this term, but I think you're more like a mongoloid myself.
Ooh, a mongoloid. Now we're really getting into abstract ad hominem. How exciting!
Wonderful. Very attractive.
Oh, very attractive. Ooh, like I'm trying to date you all.
I don't use that.
Ain't no scripture high enough or low enough for you miraculous peoples.
But, you know.
Ooh.
Dude, really? Just fucking tired.
Let's get swifty.
But let's get...
Let's get swifty.
Term incorrectly, and so we just need to strike that for the record.
Is it USURY?
Right. That is the predatory lending practices. That's usury. I don't know what this whole new Clubhouse usury example is, meaning like usury. You could call it losery. If you want to make a word, just call it losery. Like, that's a loser.
That's called niggonomics.
Yes, pronunciation can be different according to the mother tongues. Yes. So, well, in the United States, I would just like to ask, when you take a dollar note to a bank, are you able to
it's an intentional trap and intentional abuse. And that's why I don't know if you know what's going on today, but there are a lot of yeshivas that get inspected by the city that if they're not having a certain amount of hours of secular education, they're getting fined or shut down. It's happening a lot in Brooklyn.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you can look it up online. It happened in Borough Park. It happened in Flatbush in Brooklyn. They're saying you have to give at least 3 hours of secular education. If not, we're going to shut you down. It happened about a year ago and a couple of months ago.
May I ask a question, Rev?
Yeah, well, 1 second, Rai.
What I wonder is if it was prominent or not, because, for example, in the yeshiva I went in London in the 70s and 80s, it was going on for many decades, for over 40 years, and it opened, I think, when I was born, or when I became 3 years old. It opened, so I was from the beginning of this cheder called Tashbar, and it's still going on today, and they didn't even teach the ABC, believe it or not. So I was born in London, England, and I'm now 46, and I don't know. I was the best student in class, but I don't know the ABC by heart even now, believe it or not. And a few years ago, the government in London closed up this cheder, this yeshiva, for the first time. But guess what? It wasn't prominent. 2 weeks later, they opened the same yeshiva again under a different name.
Yeah, they hide out. Yep.
How it is in Brooklyn.
So what do they do, though? I mean, what is it about a secular education like math that they don't want them work? Like, what's the point of not engaging in?
I think they want you learning day and night, because I think, from what I know from the rabbis that I had, they're afraid that once they get into the real world, you're going to find a bunch of, as they say, tuma, which is bad things, and you're going to find situations where it's not kosher. They're afraid for you to go out into the real world away from Torah.
But it's more, Yankee. It's true what you say, definitely true. But for many of the ultra-Orthodox leadership, it's not so much about the fromkeit, because many of them don't give a shit for God and religion. There is a cynical undertone here. There's a cynical politics here, and it's about money and power. They don't want you to be able to leave the fold. So, take for example the largest Hasidic community in America is called Satmar. Do you know how much? Yeah. Do you know the two Teitelbaum brothers, who are the leaders, the authorities of Satmar? Do you know how much they are worth according to the New York Times? Something like 300. I don't remember if it's $350 million or
something like that. I think it was more like in the fours.
Well, or maybe $550 million, something like this. Just the two Teitelbaum brothers. They are not just. It's not just money and power, but they are actually demonstrating their army. Every week on Shabbos, they are demonstrating to everyone their army, right? By the services, by the Tish, by the Rebbe's Tish, and everything like that. They don't want to lose their power and their money. And that's why they are afraid of secular education.
I mean, when you say that there's a cynical undertone, you're projecting a little bit, but I just I get the feeling that like a lot of young Orthodox Jewish men, it's like it's a passage of meaning that it's an inheritance. So, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of, essentially self-centered people, but that are out of touch, but maybe that's what it is. I don't know, but it's a legacy and it's not going out of business. So it just keeps getting transferred. That's the thing about that you don't learn in school is basically probate law, that everything is getting pushed down successfully generation to generation. And the amount of money tied up into Hasidic Brooklyn type, nonprofit charities and stuff, you're talking about probably multi-billion-dollar banking endowments, so there's a lot of money and there's a lot of real estate, and most of it's probably all tied up in real estate. Anyways, just saying that the education business, is regulated by state law. So if you can't comply, you're going to get some aggressive state regulator or local regulator is going to come in and shut your ass down. But I don't see why it's like such an unreasonable accommodation, why they can't successfully meet the requirements and avoid, enforcement actions.
Republican, you should. I apologize for my vocabulary, but you are talking out of your ass.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, this is an irrelevant, totally ridiculous conversation that will be totally forgotten. It's frivolous, and it doesn't really mean anything. None of these clown house hypnosis rooms have anything to do with anything. They'll just be forgotten in the next 10 minutes. So what's your point?
You say it's forgotten the next minute, but in fact, we changed the education system in Quebec by a lawsuit that took 6 years for thousands of Hasidic boys.
In Quebec?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, mazel tov, Rabboino Shalom.
There's a documentary about it called I Want to Know. It's available on Vimeo.
Vigates, Rav. How are you? I hope you're good. It is a long time that we don't speak to each other. Forgive me, Republican, if I interrupted.
Oh, I don't care. I was gonna say, have you guys ever heard the Bahir? Bahir, have you heard of it? Can I read you a quick passage before I jump out of here? You want to hear it? This is the Bahir illumination attributed to Rabbi Nehumia.
Republican, I would rather like a normal amount.
You want Rabbi Elimelech?
Yeah.
I don't have that book in this office. It's in a different office.
Oh, you don't have a PDF of it?
No, I got the book.
Oh, okay, but there is on Safaria. On Safaria, you have Noam Lamela.
I don't have a link.
If you go on Wikipedia.
I'm not going to Google all that right now, but I do also have the Sefer HaAgadah. You want to hear the Sefer HaAgadah about Mordecai?
We can do one paragraph if people like.
I mean, if you're going to talk about education and not have a word of Torah, what you guys are missing the point.
Sorry about that. I had a phone call. I'm sorry.
No problem. Welcome.
So what did I miss? You were in the middle of you were saying about the title bombs and how much money they're worth. That I know 100%. I even remember when they were fighting of who's going to take the seat next.
Well, Yankee, are you? I don't know if you still live in Brooklyn, but a few weeks ago, like a few days ago, there was flyers on the streets in Williamsburg against the Satmar Rebbe. Did you see that?
Yes, I'm not in Brooklyn anymore, but I have family and I saw all of it.
There was an article. There was an article about it in Shtetl.
Yes, there was.
And I had the room about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I moved away. I moved far away from Brooklyn.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, I went all the way from Flatbush to Toronto.
Oh wow! My son was studying in the University of Toronto. So when did you move? Was it recent?
About 4.5 years ago. 1.5 years ago, yeah.
Nice. That means that this year the doors are opening for you. You know how I know that? Because because Dalet, number 4 is Dalet, and Dalet means door.
Yeah. Baruch Hashem.
I'm going to invite some people. A Republican wanted to read a piece from Sefer Haggadah. If people are...
From the Haggadah, go.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me find it. Okay, it says, Etz Chaim, tree of life, the process was as follows. Before all things were created, the supernal light was simple and it filled all existence. There was no empty space. When his simple will decided to create all universes, he constricted the light to the sides, leaving a vacated space. This space was perfectly round. After this constriction took place, there was a place in which all things could be created. He then drew a single straight thread from the infinite light and brought it into the vacated space. It was through that line that the infinite light was brought down below. In its literal sense, the concept of Tzimtzum is a straightforward. God first withdrew his light, forming a vacated space in which all creation would take place. In order for his creative power to be in that space, he drew it into a thread of his light. It was through this thread that all creation took place. The vacated space resulting from Tzimtzum, showing the thin thread of light reaching toward its center. Virtually all the later Kabbalists warn that the Tzimtzum is not to be taken literally, since it is impossible to apply any spatial concept to God. Rather, this is speaking in a conceptual sense, since if God filled every perfection, man would have no reason to exist. God therefore constricted his infinite perfection, allowing a place for man's free will and accomplishment. Another important point stressed by many Kabbalists is the fact that Tzimtzum did not take place in God's essence, but in his light. This light was the first thing brought into being, representing God's power of creation, this itself having been brought into existence for the purpose of creating the universe. Many historians erroneously conclude that the Tzimtzum originated in the teachings of the Uri. Actually, however, it is a much older teaching, and a clear reference to it is found in the Zohar. Consider the following passage. At the head of the king's authority, he carved out the supernal luminescence, a lamp of darkness, and there emerged out of the hidden of hidden, the mystery of the infinite, an unformed line embedded in a ring, measured with a thread. According to most Kabbalists, this is a direct reference to the Tzimtzum. A close look at 25 in the Bahir will also reveal a clear allusion to the Tzimtzum. Rabbi Berachia says that the light was like a beautiful object for which the king had no place. It is explicitly stated that this light had existed earlier, but that there was no place in which to put it. Only after a place was provided could the light be revealed. The reference is clearly to the thread of light mentioned in the Etz Chaim, which brought forth all creation. This is also the unformed line embedded in a ring mentioned in the Zohar. The reason for the Tzimtzum stems from a basic paradox. God must be in the world, yet if he does not restrict himself from it, all creation would be overwhelmed by his essence. Both the paradox and its resolution are clearly alluded to in the Bechir. There is, however, a more difficult paradox involved in the Tzimtzum. Since God removed his light from the vacated space, it must be empty of his essence. Still, God must also fill this space, since there is no place empty of him. This is a most basic paradox, and it is closely related to the dichotomy of God's immanence and transcendence. The main point brought out by this paradox is the fact that this space is only dark and vacated with respect to us. The lamp of darkness mentioned in the Zohar is darkness to us, but with relation to God, it too is a lamp. With respect to God, it is actually light, since for him it is as if the Tzimtzum never took place. The reason for this Tzimtzum was so that creation could take place, and this is required for us, but not for God. Close study indicates that this is precisely the question and answer found in the opening statement of the Bahir. It is particularly interesting to note that it is precisely with this apparent paradox that Rabbi Nahunia opens the Bahir. The main point of the theoretical Kabbalah is to resolve the paradox of how an absolutely transcendental God can interact with his creation. The structure of the Sephirot and similar concepts are what form the bridge between God and the universe. Lest it be thought that this implies any change in God himself, Rabbi Nahunia clearly states that the darkness of the vacated space is actually light with respect to God. The creation of the vacated space, as well as all worlds, spiritual and physical, that exist in it, did not in any way change or diminish God's light. Such an introduction is reminiscent of a similar warning found at the beginning of the Ijra Rabbah, one of the most mysterious portions of the Zohar, and one containing much anthropomorphic symbolism. At the very beginning of this section, Rabbi Shimon quotes Deuteronomy 26:15, "Cursed is the man who makes any image and puts it in a hidden place." In the context in which it is used here, the hidden place refers to the highest supernal universes, even though anthropomorphisms may be used in describing the Sephirot and other Kabbalistic concepts. They are in no way meant to be taken literally. Rabbi Nehunia is giving a very similar warning at the beginning of the Bahir. Do not think that the Sephirot are lights coming to fill any darkness with respect to God, since for him all is light. In order to avoid error, Rabbi Nehemiah's name appears here without disguise. This principle is so important that it must be backed by the full prestige of the master himself. And then it goes into the Bahir, which the number, I'll just read number 1. It says, Rabbi Nehemiah ben Kahana said, one verse in Job 37:21 states, "And now they do not see light. It is brilliant, Bahir, in the skies, round about God in terrible majesty." Another verse, however, Psalms 18:12 states, "He made darkness." A third verse comes and reconciles the two. It is written in Psalm 139:12, "Even darkness is not dark to you. Night shines like day. Light and darkness are the same." So that's from the Bahir Illumination. It's a lot of information, but thanks for listening. That's my Torah study for the day. Rabbi Shalom! Did you like that? It was pretty good, right? The Zimtzum. So that image is a circle, a black circle with a straight line, which is a radius from the center to the top, which is considered the thread or the light. It's basically geometry, math, religion, science, all wrapped up into, a universal astrology of the God. Welcome to
the book of Daniel also has like a mention of like darkness is not hidden from God. Even the depths of darkness, despite God being surrounded by light and so on, like there's something in the book of Daniel. I wonder if it's connected, but thank you, Republican. That was really nice.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine being a Jew in Treblinka or Auschwitz, and then I mean, you've heard. Have you ever heard of like Holocaust miracles? Where people have.
Sure, I watched Schindler's List.
Well, there's basically it's Hasidic tales of like reversals of like divine intervention, but they're also just, I guess, mnemonic or mnemonic metaphors to like give you eureka feelings or to give you like enlightenment. So that's the point of studying these things, is to try to like bring God consciousness more, into your consciousness, or to align you with the source power. It's hypnosis, but it's essentially therapeutic hypnosis. That's what I think most religions are, unless you're listening to Islam, of course, and then you become a violent rapist.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Amen. Amen. I mean, I'm just making fun of Islam, but if you read Rumi, which is basically spiritual Islam or Sufi mysticism, it's easy to shit on Islam until you read Rumi, and then you're like, oh, okay. Because it's basically universal in terms of like the spirit or the ruach of Hashem Ribono Shalom.
Organized Islam and the scripture called the Quran are very distinct.
Do you believe that all communication is hypnosis?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Do I believe that all communication is hypnosis?
Mm-hmm.
No, I do not.
Why not?
not like all forms of communication are hypnosis, like a form of inspiration? Wahi is the Arabic. I don't know what the Hebrew counterpart of Wahi is. Divine inspiration.
Divine inspiration in Hebrew is maybe Ruach HaKodesh.
Thank you, Rav. Thank you. So no, my short answer is no. I do not believe that all communication is hypnosis. Certainly not.
Well, that is just like your opinion.
If anyone would like to read a page of the essay, of one of the essays that I prepared, please let me know.
I would love to listen to a snippet or something. I'm here to learn primarily. So thank you for hosting, Rav and Eitan. Thank you.
I'm not reading. I'm visually impaired, so always in my rooms, other people are reading. I don't read. I only talk by heart, but I don't read text.
Yes, sir. I understand. Thank you.
Smith, Director of Sales here at M&M Home Remodeling. Here to talk to you about something that's pretty exciting.
Is by Aleister Crowley, chapters 0 through 50. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AA publication in classes C and D. Official for Babes of the Abyss. Imprimatur in Frater AA. Liber 333. The Book of Lies, which is also falsely called Breaks. The wanderings or falsifications of the one thought of Frater Perdurabo, which thought is itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark. Exclamation point. Chapter 0. The chapter that is not a chapter. O. The anti-primal triad which is not God. Nothing is. Nothing becomes. Nothing is not. The first triad which is God. I am. I utter the word. I hear the word. The abyss. The word is broken up. There is knowledge. Knowledge is relation. These fragments are creation. The broken manifests light. The second triad, which is God. God the Father and Mother is concealed in generation. God is concealed in the whirling energy of nature. God is manifest in gathering, harmony, consideration, the mirror of the sun and of the heart. The third triad, bearing, preparing, wavering, flowing, flashing, stability, begetting. The 10th emanation, the world.